morning and welcome to the MODUS Super Series, where by the close of play this evening we will know the 5 players joining Johnny Haynes in tomorrow night's finals night. Of course, this morning the focus is all on the conclusion of Group C, where it's Mark McGeeney who currently leads the way. But last night Group B got underway. Here's Henry to remind you of what happened then.
Terry Jenkins was slow out of the tracks, but he managed to win his final game of the evening to get him onto 2 points and give himself a chance of qualification for tomorrow. Richard took things in his stride last night. He also picked up 1 victory from his 4 matches, and he's still only a couple of points off those automatic qualification spots. It was a mixed bag for Kevin Edwards, but he'll be pleased overall with the outcome. 2 wins, 2 defeats, a 2-2 record, and he currently occupies one of the top 3 spaces. As for the Duff man, Neil Duff, 3 wins from 4 for him on the opening day's play. He finds himself in a really good position to progress. But as the debutant Paul Linwood, who impressed on the opening night's action, he won 3 from 4 himself and really does see himself set for a place on finals night on his debut.
Yeah, 3 debutants in action last night. Glenn Durrant alongside me to reflect on what we saw last night. 3 debutants. Paul Linwood was absolutely superb, wasn't he?
He was just so reminiscent of the Welshman Richie Burnett. He was such a character that you can't take your eyes off them players. He was just bouncing around and loving every second. It was a great night for him, that's for sure.
And which one of the other 2 debutants were you most impressed with?
Oh, Kevin Edwards was silky smooth, but it was the element of Richard Stride which has been the talking point for even the production and, you know, the team backstage, because it just brought a different style. You know, he was very deliberate, and it was how people sort of reacted and dealt with that, and he's been the talking point today. And, you know, well done to Richard in the end. It was feast or famine at times. It was either 180 or 22, but I think he'll look back, it was a decent night for him.
Yeah, we'll have a little look at the league standings at the halfway point, and it's hard sometimes, isn't it, to remember for these players. Yes, they're talking about playing in the seniors, but this is a setup they won't necessarily be used to playing in. And
it takes time, I think, you know, and that transition from local league, Super League, or, you know, if you've been to Q School this week, it's just a different style on that stage. Very bright. And I really expected Terry Jenkins to fly out the traps last night, and I was as shocked as anyone to see him in 5th place. Yeah,
crucial victory for Terry Jenkins to end the evening, getting the better of Richard Stride by 4 legs to 2. He keeps himself in the hunt for qualification for finals night. What elements of his game do you think need to improve this evening?
I just think the mental aspect, because I went through and he was like, Glenn, there's just nothing there, and I didn't expect a 9-time major finalist to be talking like that. You know, my predictions have been horrendous, I know that, but Terry Jenkins still gets through to Saturday night.
And when we look at Group C, which of course reaches its conclusion this afternoon, 2 players are going to make it through to finals night via Group C. Mark McGeeney leading the way. This is his 12th successive day of darting action. He said his arm is feeling good. He's feeling more positive about things. You can't see him messing this up from here.
No, I can't. And like I said, he's got that little glint in his eye right now, and he's just got that experience. The opening games are very, very interesting. Mark McGeeney plays Tony O'Shea, who physically at times yesterday seemed to be in distress. The fact he's playing McGeeney first might be a bad thing for Mark, and such good friends, but you feel that O'Shea and Tipple maybe have got too much to do. But that game between Lawrence and Lipscombe to start the day whets the appetite.
Yeah, for Adam Lipscombe, of course, on 6 points with 5 games played. What are the main positives you think he can take from the week so far?
I mean, he's the only guy who's not, preparing for the seniors. You know, he's by far 20 years the youngest player that we've got here. And, you know, when I walked in on Monday morning, he said he was a little bit taken aback by some of the, the legends that were in that room with him. He's had opportunities, you know. He won a couple of games yesterday morning. I thought, well, today's the day. And he wasn't at his best. But when it came to the crunch at the end, he didn't deliver. Very interesting to see how this first game goes, in particular for Adam.
And just quickly, before we tuck into this one, what are you expecting from Tony O'Shea today?
I just think it could be another long day. Each day I've sort of said that today's the day for Tony O'Shea. Maybe if I change tact and say it might be a tough day for Tony, but it would be absolutely wonderful to see the silverback flying today.
It certainly would. Right then, let's get our first match of this morning session underway. This man's going to sprint down to the commentary box to join Henry Deacon.
Good morning, Abby. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Decision Day here at the MODUS Super Series, where Mark McGeeney is the man to beat. 10 points, 5 wins and 5 on day one in this particular group. But how impressive was Mark Lawrence on his debut? He got better as the day went on, did the former UK Open quarter-finalist. Up against Adam Lipscomb, who finds himself well in the mix for qualification for tomorrow night. The local boy, the hometown favourite from Portsmouth, will be hoping that he gets the chance to play in front of his adoring public. We have one of the best referees in the business in Owen Binks taking charge of proceedings this afternoon before Paul Hinks returns this evening.
57.
So strap yourselves in. 25 live games for you here on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And I'm sure we are going to see some quality darts throughout the course of the day, just like that first visit from Adam Lipscomb. And alongside me in the commentary box to talk about every single one of them is Glenn Durham. Morning, Glenn.
Good morning, Henry. Usually the first games, people need to start and maybe warm up. But this could be having massive implications, this game that you're watching now, for second place. Both sat on 6 points. And both, if they can get this win under the belt and just get within 2 points of Mark McGeeney, it'd be huge. Very impressed with Mark Lawrence yesterday, 12-1 to win the group. We thought that was fantastic value for money. And this morning, 100-30. So he's come right in. He's been the real market move. Can he replicate what he did yesterday?
It will be interesting to see.
Yeah, it was a big win, the last game of the day yesterday. I just felt for Adam. He won a couple of games early on in the day where, you know, he was nowhere near his best. He beat Vince Tipple 4-1, just shy of an 80 average. And then a big 4-3 win against Tony O'Shea, which could have gone either way. And at that point, I thought Adam was then going to kick on. But his conclusion of the day was very disappointing. And once again, how many times did we say this week? They missed the big 17 there. Sometimes it's just, you've got to say it's unacceptable because it's just a case of just rushing in. I know he's been sort of listening to the comms, etc., and we said a little bit of composure at times. He's swaying them all about.
You require 144.
You've got to grab them opportunities, Henry, when they're, you know, when they're there. And what a finish this would be. And the reason why you said that, because yesterday Lawrence had finishes of 1-5-4, 1-2-7, 1-2-2, 1-2-0, 1-2-0. He was the man of the 100+ finishes, that's for sure.
No score. Mark, you requires 62.
We've seen a couple of legs that were burgled yesterday. He was never in this game. So 56, he's going to get one dart at tops.
42. Adam, you required 10.
So for the opening leg of the day, 5-5 for the break for Lipscomb. He's already had opportunities. This is dart 8 to the double, but he finds it with dart 9, and he leads Lawrence by a leg to 0.
Second leg is Adam.
Just settle him down a little bit.
Game on.
Now has the darts in leg 2.
Do you have the feeling they both know what the implications are of a win here? Do you think they're already thinking that, Henry?
54.
I think they would have known yesterday that this is what we like to call a 4-pointer, because they flip the fixtures around, and so you play each other twice before anybody else gets to play. So
44.
Both players know the importance of getting on to 8 points early on, because already you've put your opponent on the back foot, and already you're forcing Darryl Fitton out to bat against Vince Tipple, feeling as if they need a win.
Mark Lawrence was the big 180 hitter yesterday to complement those big finishes. He finished on 6 maximums. All the big finishes, just the bits in between he could sort of improve on. I think we've used the term feast or famine a few times. He certainly couldn't play poker, this guy, because what you see is what you get with Mark Lawrence.
46.
Nitro, the former practice partner of Dennis Priestley from Yorkshire. Plays for Frickley Cricket Club. Good friends with Daz Johnson.
95.
Mark Lawrence. $100. 271 these days. Usually people start on the 19s to give you an option at the dart at the bull, the last start.
58.
He hasn't hit him too hard there. 116 is definitely not a gimme. But to get back in this game, he just wants to
60.
sit on top. And I think when he let go of that last start, Henry, I think he thought that might have even been a ton.
So the treble 19 would have left him a dart at tops. And so Lawrence is back for 111 to get the break back, which he lost in the opening leg of this match. 91 less. So treble 17 would have left him a go at tops. And so Lipscomb returning for the double 12 to
24.
double his lead. Both players still yet to really get in their stride in this one. But Lipscomb will feel much happier about the fact that that went in first time of asking to open up a 2-0 lead. Maybe that will be the moment that just settles him down, that just gives him a bit of a kickstart.
Lawrence was a slight favourite for this game.
140.
But a 2-0 Adam is now a red-hot favourite. And he's done this a lot of the week where he started the day
58.
well. Sort of petered out at the end. The opportunity for these guys who've played in Group A, you can look at your strengths and weaknesses of the week, the positives and negatives.
37.
And we've talked about maybe hydrating yourself and plenty of water, or maybe an energy bar, energy drink.
180.
But he needs to ask himself, why does he play so well? Early doors.
Seeing a trend these days of a lot of players
138.
just go in, get a bit of coffee and bits of that, you know, just get a bit of breakfast in.
47.
There's a greasy spoon that's being well acquainted this week.
And we've talked about Adam's scoring there, and on 263, you don't throw a couple of darts at 20s, because he would have left a bogey no matter what happened there. And they're just the kind of, you know, give yourself an opportunity or a big 3-darter. That's a lovely dart from Adam.
100.
Outside chance.
48.
It's in the hands of Mark Lawrence.
Double 10.
Game shot
To get his first leg of the day on the board. That's a 15-dart leg. That's the best leg that we've seen in this game so far.
Fourth leg is Adam to throw first.
For both players to find their best. 74 and 75 are the averages respectively in this opener.
30.
Still waiting the blue touch paper to be lit. Oh, this could be the spark.
97.
In relation to market moves, Mark Lawrence was the big one yesterday. It was no surprise to me. Played him a couple of times, I have, Mark. Very tough. You can see the power he puts in every effort and every dart.
83.
I think Adam is the youngest in this whole competition by 20 years.
89.
Been littered with people in preparation for the seniors. It's just getting to that stage that I really like, the Friday
26.
where we can start piecing together who'll be playing Saturday night alongside Johnny Haynes. Remember, you can come and join us. Just sat right behind where the guys are playing right now. dartshop.tv. The good news is the tickets are absolutely free. Get yourself down to Portsmouth, the live lounge.
43.
Come and make that night extra special. Are you beginning to think of Champions Week already, Henry?
Well, not to when you get to week 11. Next week's week 12. You'll find out the lineup for that tomorrow night. I mean, I'm going to be up on the balcony and I will be joined in the company of Glenn Ever and Corinne Hammond.
Enemy required 52.
We'll reveal the lineup then. Will Lipscomb be in the lineup for tomorrow night? If he can nail this tops, he'll put him one step closer towards 8 points, which would be good enough for second place as things stand. But Lawrence here, 152, to bring this game back to 2-2 from 2-0 down.
It's usually a sharp and take a breath when he wants a 100-plus finish, because he was so prolific yesterday. But it's tops for Lipscomb to take real control of this match and real control of second place.
30.
They're the opportunities.
Mark, you require 110.
When opportunity knocks, you must grab that with both hands. Double 18.
92. Adam, you require 10.
So to go a leg away from the opening rubber of the day, Lipscomb wants double 5. Inside. And now double 2.
8.
Just lack composure there with those
Mark,
darts.
you require 18.
2 from 17 on the outer ring.
Game shot on the fourth
Only
leg.
5 darts at a double, Mark
Lawrence.
Lawrence. Hasn't been in this match whatsoever. Yeah, it's 2-2. Penny for your thoughts, Adam Lipscomb.
Fifth leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
With that double going in, Mark Lawrence becomes the favourite again for this match. Purely based on the fact that he's thrown first.
83.
In what is now a best-of-3 contest.
You mentioned there, Adam, being the youngest player in the field and being the
56.
youngest player in it by some considerable margin. Could that be an advantage going into the latter stages of today? Possibly a little bit more freshness in the legs.
60.
Yeah, I mean, there's experience, inexperience. Youth against senior, you could argue. Sure, there's permutations
60.
and falls and against for everything.
$96. $61.
Should see the 18s at this point.
98.
He's thinking. Sometimes you can get just a little bit starry-eyed and not look at what the bigger picture is of this game.
46.
Mark Lawrence will be
Mark,
feeling
you
really
require
good about himself right now.
164.
It feels as if he's caught Adam Lipscomb here on a rare off game.
43.
And he's trying to clamour any kind of advantage he can get from that.
94. Mark, you require 121.
He's going to get 6 on this one, 2-1, to open up a 3-2 lead. And so that 25 leads in double
Game
18
shot the
for
fifth
yet
leg.
another ton topper for Mark Lawrence. The man who was the king of them yesterday has piled in a 1-2-1 and from 2-0 down leads Lipscomb by 3 legs to 2.
That's 6 maximums over
95.
a day and a bit for Mark Lawrence and 600 plus checkouts. This is good stuff now.
100.
On to a heavy favourite in this game now for sure. Let's see what Adam's made of, because
95.
again, for a purely selfish point of view, to have a Portsmouth local player in the finals on Saturday night would only make their atmosphere so much more exciting.
57.
He has to fight for every point right now, because when he looks back at the averages, he'll think, I'm better than that.
45.
I did a Henry Deacon this morning and watched a lot of the practice darts, and honestly, Henry, Darryl Fitton,
60.
wow. He was just 180 after 180.
I think we got the sense even yesterday that once he got the eye and had the overnight, second day would be the day
50.
where he'd be dangerous. And we are going to see him up next against Vince Tipple. How soon, we don't know, because Lipscomb here in a good position to level this game back up at 3 apiece.
96.
That last dart treble always feels so much more sweeter.
34.
And all of a sudden, Mark Lawrence has taken the darts in this leg. 188 to be thinking in 6 darts, and I'll take the spoils.
58. $44. Mark, you require 130.
He's a mono finish, but it could have been more makeable from that particular position. And so Lawrence here for the match. 1 treble leaves him a dart at the bull. The bull is exactly what he wants,
87.
but not what he gets. And so Lipscomb, the Hail Mary, 138.
128. Mark, you require 43.
As Lawrence stares out the double here, his favoured double top.
33. Adam, you require 10.
Once again, it's a case of missed doubles. But Adam, who's at double 5 already today, he's going to have one last dart. And
Game
it
shot
pings it right in the
Adam
corner.
Lipscombe.
I don't know if you saw that in the background there, but Mark Lawrence, very sportsmanlike, claps his hands.
7th and final leg.
There's a little fist bump. The camaraderie this week, Henry, between the players has been absolutely fantastic. And when you've got the likes, the characters of Tony O'Shea, Terry Jenkins, Neil Duff, you know, these guys, it's been great to see. It's business when you're up there. But they'll shake their hands and wish them all the best as they go along. But right now, it's advantage Lawrence.
And that's the way it should be. Of course, both players have this unquestionable desire to win.
60.
But also at the same time have a humility and humble nature about themselves.
120.
Both players know that they haven't played at their point best. This wasn't the darts that we saw that got them in their particular positions.
59.
But for whoever comes out the victor, it will be a tiny 2 points, which keeps their opponents under pressure and forces the rest into submission. And Lawrence could have made the big move here in this deciding leg.
And 140. A little too late for Adam Lipscombe. It's 6 darts and 101. And dart players religiously practice this finish in 6 darts.
81.
And that last dart there puts the opportunity totally in Mark Lawrence's hands. For Adam, it's a frustrating
99.
finish here.
Mark, you require 20.
Big moment. This could have huge implications on the group.
Game shot out.
And in conclusion, and to summarise, it's Adam Lipscombe that came out the traps very quickly. But it's Mark Lawrence who continues his fantastic finish in again, his 600 finish, with the highlight of that match being the 1-2-1 finish. He's been the big market mover this week. 12-1 he was to win the group, and now he's just 2 points sat behind Mark McGeeney. It's a great start for the Yorkshireman. But next up, we see the dazzler, Darryl Fitton. He's up against bottom of the table, Vince Tipple. Be back very soon.
So then, Vince Tipple yet to get off the mark in Group C. Doubles certainly weren't his Tipple yesterday. Can he put in a more clinical display today against Darryl Fitton, the 4-2 winner? When the two met yesterday, he trailed 2-0 in that one, but aided by a 117 to complete a 15-dart leg, he overturned the deficit to end day one as one of the 3 players on 6 points. To guide you through this one then, let's rejoin Glenn Durrant and Henry Deacon.
Thank you so much, Abby. Yeah, job done for Mark Lawrence. He'd be feeling really good about himself in the players area. For Darryl Fitton now, who's also on 6 points, he'd be wanting to join Mark Lawrence. And as I said there, we get the luxury of seeing the guys practice this morning. And the one that impressed me most was Darryl Fitton. For Vince Tipple, seeing him, he was quite chipper this morning in the players area. Like I said, how can you not be when you've got Darryl Fitton, Tony O'Shea, Mark McGeeney sat there for starters? I think it'd be a huge disappointment if he has another day like yesterday, in a sense of not getting the reward and the points. He'll want to cement his mark, because the big thing for a lot of the players, Henry, is they want to come back.
Exactly. You want to give yourself the opportunity to have a second invitation, an automatic invitation. Of course, every player now, unless they're a PDC Tour card holder, of course, has the opportunity to
64.
qualify for this particular event through the ADC Vault system now. And if you want to get more information on that, you can head over to @DartsCircuit on Twitter, and you can also look up the Amateur Darts Circuit on Facebook and the rest of your social media platforms. I don't know if it's on TikTok, but I imagine it probably is.
I'm playing in a vault on Tuesday, Henry. I think it's the Cargafleet Club in Middlesbrough. My preparation for the seniors, and I'm getting messages now because I'm playing.
55.
A few of the players who don't normally attend are, which is sod's law. I should have kept it nice and quiet. I should have gone under the pseudonym Henry Deacon.
Did you want to win a first round match?
Yes, please. That would be nice. Best of 3, I think, early doors. So it's a case of coming out the traps and just qualifying for the last 8. But looking forward to it. My good friends who are running these competitions, I've got one eye on the Challenge Tour today. Massive, the Challenge Tour, I think, the opening weekend. I am surprised that people like Adam Lipscombe and in particular Mark McGeeney aren't there today, because they're the players who will get the invite for the Pro Tours in February the 11th. I'm assuming, without knowing the rules, I don't think they're going off the Q School results. I think it'll be on the Challenge Tour, won't it?
Yeah, which is exactly what Scott Williams got the call-ups, because he went absolutely right, didn't he? Was it 2 or 3 of the first weekends he won last year in the first weekend of Challenge Tour, and then he got the Pro Tour call-up, and then, as they say, the rest is history.
Yeah, don't make his head any bigger than it already is.
58. Vince require 100.
He's probably watching as well, so morning, Scott.
I've probably put the mockers on Terry Jenkins qualifying tonight, Henry. He's my tip, considering he's in bottom place, still to get through tonight. I think Neil Duff's just beginning to turn the screw as well. And I think your analysis of someone from Group A, I think you said 4 players. I don't know how that's still standing now with McGeeney doing well here.
It requires 79.
Potentially 2 tonight, is it?
1 at the minute, so that would be 3.
Tops for Tipple. Vince Tipple.
To make it 1-0 against the Dazzler. An 18-dart holder throw. Solid enough start.
Second against Darryl.
Settle him down into the day. Yet to get off the mark in terms of victories in this group. So if he can get one straight away, it'll just make him feel so much better about himself. And it'll just relax him more than anything else, because I'd imagine at this point, when you've gone through the card without a win going into day 2, the first thing you want to do is just get a victory. And the key to it is not to panic. And I'm just having a look at the setup here, Glenn,
43.
of Tipple. Now, we know he uses the John Lowe barrel, but just have a look at the stem. Now, I think that is an extended stem. Now, we know he likes to throw using the stem and not the barrel of the dart, but I think that stem today is longer than the one he used yesterday.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if the setup was exactly the same, but yeah, I think you're right. It doesn't look like the one he threw yesterday. I'm sure we'll will be corrected.
22.
Yeah, but it does look strange, that, doesn't it? I don't think a John Law sort of type barrel, them bulbous barrels look great with such a long stem, but yeah, we've seen everything. Trying to think, my mind's got an absolute blank.
93.
Tony, who totally changed darts with Willem Mandigers last time we were here. He went from his own bulbous barrel. He started using Willem Mandigers darts and was throwing darts for absolutely off the chandeliers with 100 averages.
41.
And for Vince, is this him saying, well, yesterday didn't go according to plan, let's try something out here, see if it works?
The fact that you're tinkering is always a concern. But listen,
121.
Peter Wright, you know, Mr. Tinker himself, so I think he's changed the whole philosophy on that. But I'm never a fan. It's a great camera angle. We're doing the very best here at the MODUS Super Series just to give you different types of angles. There's a lovely one over the shoulder of the players as well, like you'll see during the course of the day. Like I said, it was Darryl Fitton who impressed me most in the practice area today. He gives himself a combination finish to get on level terms. He was a heavy favourite for this match.
100.
And
Harry required 56.
2 to 5, you can get Fitton to win this particular matchup. Remember, gamble responsibly as he levels up. They've won a piece courtesy of that 56.
Third against Vince to throw first. Game on.
What did you make of Darryl's day yesterday, Glenn?
I thought it was a slow start. But I thought he sort of just began to, like I said, this transition. This is a new stage for many of the players. A lot of the players have played in Southampton. You know, that just getting used to the stage again. And that's why I felt that people playing in Group A. And then there's the question about fatigue versus freshness. You know, so
100.
But I think he'll look back. You take 6 points. You know, he'll have been really happy just to, you know, get a win-loss ratio on the positive. You know, McGeeney seemed to be running away with things, so it feels like it's a fight for second place. And he's right in the mix, so he's experienced enough to know that he needs to. It's just physically, is he still up to the challenge? You know, we sort of saw a bit of distress signs from Tony O'Shea, who's sort of on his 5th day now of playing.
96.
And you might just be thinking you're just throwing 22-gram darts, but there's an awful lot of pressure, as you can see there. An awful lot of pressure on your joints, your knees, your elbows, your shoulders. Like I said, it's sort of seniors week this week, and you know, you've got to listen to your body, and like I say, you can be struggling. So that'd be my own concern, but that dart's perfect there for Fitton. Said yesterday, going back to 2004 when I went to the British Open in Bridlington, I stood behind him while he hit 6 maximums on the spin, and I said, I want to be Darryl Fitton.
Yeah, we usually call Friday Decision Day here at the Super Series, but I get the feeling that we're actually going to call it Deep Heat Day at the Super Series.
56.
I put a bit on myself, and I'm only sat in the commentary box.
There's sharing's care, and then there's TMI, Glenn.
Just beginning to take control of this game. Job done for Lawrence. Will it be job done for Fitton? Looking out for that game of Lawrence versus Fitton.
60. Darryl records 74.
Guess what? Game 4. Keep your eye open for that one if Fitton wins this game. And it was a match of massive finishing between them yesterday. A 1-5-4 for Lawrence and a 1-5-0 for Fitton. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. What's your favourite tipple?
Mermaid
100.
Gin.
Darryl required 40.
Tots are Fitton. Edging closer.
No score.
Oh, that's clattered off the barrel. No idea whether that would have gone in or not.
Finch require
The
86.
tipple is back for a double at the 86. There's the treble, and so it leads him a dart of double
Game
16.
shot the third leg.
And that was
Vince
so
Tipple.
efficient, wasn't it, from Vince Tipple? That's 2 from 2 on the outer ring. An 86 checkout. He leads the Dazzler
Fourth leg is Darryl
by 2 legs to 1.
first.
So I think we're maybe getting ahead of ourselves there, thinking of game 4 already. With 3 darts tops, you could see the immense disappointment from Fitton there as he was trying to put his flight into his stem.
135.
He's pulling on 86. You're listening for the 3rd dart. Vince didn't need that. And it was the pop, pop, this and that finish.
Caught a glance of our referee, Owen Binks there.
99.
An excellent job here at the Super Series. He even had a little glance in the commentary box to see how things worked last night.
96.
Yes, we had Charlie here. Yesterday he's off to Romania. Charlie, so they're very busy, our referees, and I think that means that we've got Paul Hinks back.
Indeed.
If not, I'll be on the stage doing a couple of call-outs
97.
myself. Multitasking.
I've heard Richard Northhead's been doing some calling these days.
Really? I'd love to see Richard. You need characters in the game, and he's right up my street.
123.
Although I did hear he did do it in tracksuit bottoms.
Don't mention tracksuit bottoms, Johnny Haynes. I never said that.
They were camouflage, Glenn.
He grabbed hold of me, didn't he?
25.
Who told you I wear tracksuit bottoms? The
147.
camouflage.
20 scored, yeah.
Been just checking what segment that was in.
I begin to think that players are listening to our commentary.
57.
Some agree with what I say, some don't. But I hold no apologies whatsoever. I will call out what I see. I will offer advice and assistance if anyone ever asks. Don't take offence, anyone.
78.
All
Now we require
constructive.
90.
I talked quite a bit yesterday about how the players were reacting to the methodical pace. Do you know, and as a dart lover, I was enjoying it.
58.
I was enjoying the way, you know, when you stood behind someone so slow. This fascination of watching the non-throwing dart play. Some dealt with it great, and others it did affect.
Well, it's like test match cricket for all of you
140.
Shane Warnes in the world. You
Now we
need a Jack
require
Cleach.
32.
Big dart.
No score.
Oh dear, 3 darts to
requires
tops missed in leg
62.
3. 3 darts missed the 32, and surely not. Because he's 100% on the doubles, this Tipple. Can he make it a triple?
Game shot on
He
the
said
fourth
it's a triple
leg.
for Tipple.
Vince Tipple.
And incredibly, leading 3-1, Darryl Fitton this was not in the storyline for
Fifth leg is
today.
Vince to throw
After watching Mark
first.
Lawrence win, he
Game
knew
on.
exactly what he had to do. Vince Tipple being the spoiler here makes this game very interesting. And all of a sudden, it's Vince Tipple who's the 2-9 favourite going into this fifth leg.
59.
Tipple has put Fitton in a pickle. And if you had a tinkle on Tipple, then your odds might be quite handy right about now, because you can only get odds of 2-9 to win for him to win this match. But back comes Fitton with a 140 to start.
140.
I think the only saving grace really for Fitton, I mean, that the match has been in his hands.
140.
Every leg this one, he's sort of had his opportunities, and the sort of mental battle that Darryl will be thinking of right now. You know, how on earth is this 3-1? And what that means when you do that, Henry, is you're suddenly forgetting
58.
about the target that you're aiming for, and you're fighting with yourself in there. And that's why the best players in the world are the ones who can just put disappointment to a side and just focus on the next dart. They're bizarre darts.
82.
They're Glendurant darts.
One of them found the treble 20.
You're supposed to be on my side, you. Wait till I win the seniors, I'll prove you wrong then.
79.
You bring the trophy in the commentary box?
you know, I remember the Lakeside Trophy. Dreamt of that trophy. Took it absolutely everywhere with me. In the end, I got fed up with it.
82.
Have you ever held the PDC Trophy?
I've never been in a PDC venue.
That is like, I mean, you have to be strong. I mean, joking aside, that is hard to lift over your head.
98. Vinci
I
record
remember doing some promotion
138.
for the 2019 Worlds, and you know, it was whole disc, and I was like, can you quickly do these photos?
44. Darryl Fitton 126.
19s. You'll stay there. For the bull.
90.
And we were saying yesterday,
Vinci record 94.
we didn't see that bull finish, and right at the end of the night, was it Terry Jenkins who pinged it? But it's 69 for the match here. And for the match, a surprising win for Vince Tipple.
69.
Bends the wire.
Darryl record 36.
That's a good dart when you consider the fact that the bed would have been blocked just because the dart was sat below and the stem was so long. And so Fitton for the break back and 3-2. Oh, that's a disaster dart for the
20.
Dazzler. And so Tipple will get a chance at this
Vinci record
25 to take the opening spoils against the Dazzler to claim his first victory in this group. 2 4s.
21.
Not to be this time, and so Fitton returns.
Darryl requires 16.
Double four's been the go-to double this week. I don't know about you, but I thought it'd be apt. And he wins it on that double. Fitton has had chances. The only person who's got to blame him himself. This won't be easy.
12. Vinci require 4.
So to get over the finishing line, to claim your first win here at the Super Series, Vince Tipple, Madhouse.
No score.
Not to be this time, Fitton
Darryl
returns
require 4.
for the target. Tipple's just missed. The double 2 for 3-2. He's got space along to the left-hand side. And now has to shuffle across to find his target.
No score. Vinci require 4.
It's a case of missed doubles all around for Darryl Fitton. Doubles for Doe. That's not the greatest of marker again because of that bulbous barrel. And double 1. And when you just can't see that get over that finishing line,
Vince
a
Tipple.
double 1 can often come and be the saviour. But in conclusion, that was all about the missed chances from Darryl Fitton. The big winner in that game was Mark Lawrence, who'll be delighted to be the only one in second place there. For Vince Tipple, difficult day yesterday. Played 5, lost 5. He'll be absolutely over the moon to get off the mark. He won't really care at this stage about the average. He'll just be really chuffed, especially with that 86 finish. That really changed the game. Next up, we're going to see Tony O'Shea, Mark McGeeney for the 5th time this week. The good friends are up next.
So then, Silverback Tony O'Shea up next this morning against the league leader Mark McGeeney, who's playing his 12th successive day of darts. But from the dejected player we saw in Group A, he's regrouped spectacularly well to put himself in pole position to qualify for finals night. As for O'Shea, today will be more about putting in the level of performance that saw him reach the final the last time he was here, as the thought of qualifying for Saturday night's action probably feels beyond him at this point. To see how this one unfolds then, here's our favourite pair of double Ds, Deacon and Duzza.
Thank you very much indeed, Abby. Well, first day was all about Mark McGeeney, wasn't it, in Group C, winning all 5 of his matches and just looked refreshed, rejuvenated, and looks set to qualify for tomorrow night's finals if he can just keep up some of that form going into today. He's on 10 points and already with Lipscombe and Fitton defeated, the gap is 4 points to third place. So a win here would mean after the first round of fixtures, he'd be 6 points clear of third place with just 8 points left to play for. But in his way, Tony O'Shea, who, well, it wasn't his day yesterday, was it? But we've seen glimpses of him throughout the course of the week. For him, it's an opportunity to gain some valuable match time on the big TV stage ahead of his big World Championship appearance at the Circus Tavern. McGeeney starting off perfectly. That's our second maximum of the day. You know, I just wonder, because McGeeney's at the ball, whether he's going to become the standard bearer. 60. We've seen some nervy darts over the first couple of games. Will the introduction of the man who is now incredibly heavily priced to go on and win this particular group, odds of 8 to 13 for him to do so. Whether that is going to help raise the level.
Yeah, we've been really impressed with the bounce back ability of Mark McGeeney this week.
45.
If you haven't been with us this week, he was so dejected on Monday after just narrowly missing out on his qualification school for the golden ticket of a Pro Tour card holder. And you could see visually the disappointment. Mark's the type of player to say, I'm okay about it, you know, blah, blah, blah. But I think inside it was really hurting. And for a couple of days, we didn't see the best of him. But there was a switch
60.
on Wednesday.
96.
And I genuinely felt it was the fact that he could see the fact that there's just a few days to go. Sometimes when you're on the darts tour, Henry, and you're just thinking, my God, I've got another week of darts to go. My body's telling me I'm tired, and disappointment can physically and mentally drain you. And right now, I just begin to think he can see that $5 prize tomorrow night. And who'd bet against him
81.
if he does reach it tomorrow night?
Require 56.
Be hard pushed to see a case against.
Game shot in the first leg.
Impossible to be pushed in the opening leg. A break against O'Shea, leading by a leg to 0.
Second leg is Mark.
And when you look at
first. Game on.
His games yesterday, he was at times imperious. He had to get through a couple of 4-3s. He beat Mark Lawrence by that scoreline, but in this fixture yesterday, 4-1 win against the Silverback. He then got the better of Vince Tipple by 4-1. 4-0. He got the better of Darryl Fitton yesterday. So by and large, he has been quite dominant in the games that he has played in this group.
Yeah, Mark's had the best of it against. I mean, I remember one particular game with these two players when
180.
And that's an interesting return there from Mark McGeeney, because it took him 2.5 days to get. He had one maximum.
41.
And then yesterday he really kicked in, started really hitting some big scores and hit 4 yesterday. So that's his 5th now in 2 days. So he's upped his scoring. He's upped his demeanour. His whole body language is telling me
34.
I'm feeling good about myself, and okay, I want to be there Saturday night and I want to win this. For Tony O'Shea, he would never tell you, he'd never ever make an excuse.
39. Mark your record,
I think physically he was struggling yesterday, and I just thought, how's he going to react for the rest of the day today? Because it seemed to get worse as the day went on.
I'm just wondering whether for Tony, as time goes on, maybe seeing if he can play in a 2-day group would be more beneficial for him as opposed to maybe doing the full whack.
I was thinking Fitton. Wonder if he thought the same, or did he just get the invite that way? I was gonna.
140.
I'd love to sort of be like a
198.
roving reporter next door, because the camaraderie's been great. I would love to be just having a chat with the guys.
20, yeah.
Just to be asking them sort of questions, because I absolutely, totally, 100% agree with you. Tony on a
35.
Thursday and Friday night would have been super dangerous, in my opinion.
Because you saw on Wednesday, played some really, really good stuff. Maybe at times a little bit
45.
unlucky. He
Mike
picked up
requires
4 points
63.
on that Wednesday, played some good darts, played some good stuff. And he's had his sparks and his moments, but Mark has just been, well, he's just been absolutely crusader-like in this group.
No score.
But that perhaps is the first blemish as he busts it into the double 13. It's okay for now because O'Shea's on 176, but it may not be okay for much longer if he can pound in another treble like that.
Mark requires 63.
Incredibly, he's hit her again. I don't think he'll go anywhere near double 13 this time, but can he ping the double 6?
51. Tony requires 53.
An unexpected opportunity for Tony O'Shea to level up. Tops. It's not the worst lie for
13.
O'Shea. How many times have we seen that this week
Mark
of O'Shea?
required 12.
2 or 3 well-thrown darts, all on the wire, but just missing its intended target.
Game
He's
shot
not
the
too
second
far
leg.
away, but it's
Mark
those small
McGeeney.
moments which has been the difference for the silverback. And McGeeney, at the 3rd time of asking, takes full advantage, leads
So
2-0.
Tony to throw first.
Without using
Game
words, sum up Tony O'Shea's week. Them 2 darts are tops. You interpret that. So near yet so far. Disappointment
100.
to ecstasy. This millimetres, that's the beauty of this game. The width of a wire is the difference between a win and a loss.
26.
On a positive, Henry, he's got legs in the bank. That's why a lot of these guys are here. Tick that box off. Lots of match practice. What did you feel that you did
36.
well? I mean, he could do with a couple of days rest. I'm sure that's exactly what he'll do. But have a, what did you do good? What can you get back on the practice board and improve on? Ready for February the 9th.
Interesting, and just having a look at the
100.
daily table for Wednesday, Tony O'Shea actually finished above Mark McGeeney in that, and then yesterday was a complete flip and contrast.
Hence the reason on Thursday morning, who's your outside best?
97.
And I thought it was really the time that Tony O'Shea was going to kick in, but it was also complemented by the fact that he was just physically having problems. But like I said, he wouldn't make any excuses.
125.
He must be up there with one of the best dart players, personalities you've met, Henry, in the game.
Oh, I've got a lot of time for Tony. As I mentioned earlier on in the week,
59.
one of my first real big events in this sport, I worked kind of behind the scenes with US Sport and the WDF at Lakeside, and Tony was a part of the commentary team, and someone still fairly new to the sport. He may feel really relaxed
60.
at home, spent a lot of time in his company and the best company, and one of the nicest people you'll ever meet in all sport.
39.
Yeah, if he didn't make Saturday night, he's the kind of guy who'd probably offer his services to come and join us in the comms box tomorrow night.
I'd love to one day commentate with Tony. I'd love to one day commentate with Tony. That would be one of
60.
my
Tony
next
McGuire,
ticks off the list.
170.
The fish for O'Shea. And that would have been the ultimate show that it's there, but he just needs to harness it a bit
130.
more. But this would also be typical of Mark McGeeney this week if he took out the 130.
Honestly, at his best, this was the finish. This was the type of finishing he was so adept at.
28.
Thank you,
Tony
Mark.
McGuire, 30.
Well, he's decided to split.
Game shot.
And
the
he's
third
got
leg.
the hit.
Tony O'Shea.
And I'm just wondering there whether Tony's just looking to find something, and he just felt a bit more comfortable on double 8 than perhaps he did on the
Well,
double
here's Mark to
15.
throw
And so
first.
maybe the familiarity of that double, the double 8 he's been so successful with over a number of years, It just felt better for him at this particular moment in time.
Yeah, he's hit double 15 on a couple of 90 finishes this week. But yeah, of course, double 16 and 8 is favourite. Do you know, honestly, sometimes, Henry, you can walk to the board going for double 15, and there's just something in your mind which makes you go up for 14. So
140.
Strange breed as dart plays, you know, Henry. Much better scoring since Monday with Mark. That's the difference.
100.
I'm not going to harp on about the throw, but it's so much more relaxed. He's not throwing with that fear factor no more now. He's throwing like he means it. And just listen 63. To the sound of the dart going in the board. There's a side-on view of him. Very upright. He's lost a lot of weight as Mark. He had a belly like mine a couple of years ago.
75. $59.
Yeah, a lot of the players have tried to squeeze through areas that treble 20, and for 3 less points, you've got to open bet on the 19s. Some of the board management this week from a lot of the old school players.
121.
I think we get spoke with a lot of the young players now where the board management, the use of 17s and 18s and bullseyes are unbelievable.
85. Might look 106.
106, a 3-1. And to move a leg away, O'Shea is back on 154. So 86 left. So treble 18 would have given him a dart at double 16 if he could have found. But and 98 is good enough for a dart at double 4. And he is going to get a go because O'Shea cannot take out the 154.
60.
And, well, the double of the week is the one that McGeeney wants to get.
Yeah, absolutely. This has been the go-to double. Could have gone into the 13 once more when you looks in and when you're top of the table. If Tony O'Shea throws them darts, that would have crept into the big 13. That just pretty much sums up darts.
So if it's Tony to throw first, game on.
Compared to when you're at the bottom. But Mark McGeeney, it's the dream start. Arguably needs 2, 3 wins to guarantee to get through.
100.
And it looks like a straight fight out for second place. And with Fitton versus Lawrence next. Stay with us.
We're going to learn a lot more about
60.
this group following the conclusion of that match, because McGeeney is going to move himself on to 12 points. Ideally, he could actually do with a
100.
victory for Lawrence in that one, because he'd rather just see the gap stay at 6 between Lipscomb and Fitton for as long as possible.
43.
Because effectively, if Lawrence beats Fitton, it would effectively, not mathematically as such, but effectively eliminate Fitton from catching McGinley. So it's then only Adam Lipscomb that would be the concern for the Gladiator.
Yeah, get well soon to Sean on Twitter. Discovering the Super Series this week has been a godsend after recovering from surgery. Great coverage by all involved.
60.
Thank you for joining us. If you've got any questions, Sean, fire them to us.
85.
Advantage O'Shea in this one. A great day of darts today, Henry. We've got a double session at the MODUS Super Series. We've got darts at Copenhagen for the World Series starting tonight.
It's only 153.
A challenge tour. I'm always intrigued about the opening couple of salvos. It's disappointments for people who didn't get the card, people who didn't play so well. So I wonder what stories or hard luck stories we're going to get from, is it Milton Keynes again this week?
The home of world darts.
85.
And Shane wants 56.
56. 41.
Maybe that's why I went for 14 double 8.
13.
And this is for the match. These are the type of finishes that you just love a poke at. Treble 19.
40.
And we like that because you
Tony
expect
required
to hit one
15.
treble in the 2 darts. But Tony, guess what double he needs now?
11.
Just the frustration
Mark required
continues. And for it
73.
to happen 5 days on the spin must be soul destroying. But for McGeeney, he just has to keep focus. That leaves 54. Don't miss the big number. Perfect in the middle. And for the match,
33. Tony required 4.
And so, double 2 for O'Shea. Up from the madhouse.
No score.
That was
Mark
pulled,
required
that last
40.
dart, just pulled below. And so McGeeney for the match wants tops to get himself on a darting dozen. It's a Super 6 for Mark McGeeney. Yet to be defeated, yet to be dethroned in this particular group of the Super Series. And he gets the better of Tony O'Shea by 4 legs to 1. He does it with a 77.52 average, 2 maximums to his name, and a 56 high checkout. McGeeney with the win there against O'Shea. We're going to take a short break. When we return, it's Fitton up against Lawrence.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Mark McGeeney has just edged closer to qualifying for tomorrow night's finals night with a 4-1 victory over Tony O'Shea. It was another convincing victory for McGeeney. Tony O'Shea, again, just not at the races, as you can see. 1 out of 11 on the outer ring, an average below 70. This is not the Tony O'Shea we saw reach finals night the last time he was here. As for Mark McGeeney there, you can see 40% checkout success in that one. We can take a little look at what that does to the league standings. As I mentioned, that is a 6th successive victory for Mark McGeeney in Group C. He's in a commanding position now, and it looks like he will be joining Johnny Haynes at tomorrow night's action. Next up, we've got Darryl Fitton against Mark Lawrence. It was Darryl Fitton who came through in a last leg decider to get the points in this one yesterday. Of course, he lost out in his opening game of this morning's action, missed 15 darts at the outer ring in that one. As for his opponent, Lawrence, well, he's the master of the three-figure outshots this week, isn't he? He hit a whole host of them yesterday, 4 finishes of 120 plus, and then he added a 1-2-1 in his opening match of this morning's session. He's looking very good indeed to join Mark McGeeney in finals night, if of course McGeeney can get over the line in this afternoon's session. Let's tuck into this one then and rejoin our commentary team.
Yeah, this game stood out for me today, Abby, in the sense that Mark Lawrence has an opportunity really to put some distance between the pack. But Darryl Fitton, I bet he's delighted he's quickly back on the hockey after that incredibly disappointing loss to Vince Tipple. I don't think he expected that this morning, and like I said, the way he was practicing too. But for Mark Lawrence, he can go on to 10 points. He can go on to 10 points and open a 4-point gap to third place, and that would be a wonderful start to the morning. So intriguing has been the word of the week for me and Henry in some of these groups.
Game on.
I think that word is apt for this match.
We are reaching the point in this Group C where the margin of error thins like a layer of ice on an iceberg. Lawrence wins, he moves on to 10 points, 4 clear with just 6 left to play for. He'd then be 6 points behind McGeeney, and it'd mean that McGeeney can write off Fitton as a rival. It'd then be down to Adam Lipscomb in the next one. So if McGeeney wins his next match against Lipscomb and Lawrence wins here, McGeeney is safe. Then elsewhere, we'll be looking at how results will transpire to see what happens in the race for second place. Well, Lawrence would move 4 points clear with 6 to play if those 2 results came in. So things could get settled very quickly here, is what we're trying to imply.
Not what we want as a neutral, I guess.
Do get in contact with us as well today. We're looking forward to answering your questions on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram.
59.
Make sure you tag at MSS Darts in all of your communications. I can be found at H_Deacon Media. Glenn can be found at Dozen180. Again, tag at MSS Darts in all of your questions and communications with us throughout the course of the day. We've been through quite a varied range of stuff this week.
Yeah, and there's lots going on today. I'm happy to answer anything. Challenge to a World Series, MODUS Super Series. Who's going to win tomorrow night? Any questions on throws, stands,
60,
tungsten? Anything you need to know, we're here.
$140.
So 140 there for Lawrence, leaves him first to finish. Fitton here, 186 after 12 with the dart. So Lawrence has stolen the ascendancy in those stakes, but he may not for much longer if Fitton can
126.
set up well here. He cranks in 2 trebles, leaves himself on 60. Should he return? Because Mark Lawrence has been the most likely candidate of anyone in this particular group to nail his go to the master of a big finish. We saw 2 big finishes in this game yesterday, the 150 and the 154, but in comparison, this is a little tiddler on 60 for Fitton.
Game show on the first leg.
And it does not just sum darts up. He plays Vince Tipple. He has 3 darted tops, misses. 3 darted 16, misses. 3 darted 18s, misses.
Game on.
10 minutes later, he's back on the hockey. Has 1 darted tops, and it goes in. Go figure.
41.
And that first dart goes in like that. It's such a nice lie for Fitton. Who's down for the 19th there with a 3rd.
Surprised he didn't stay there. They looked, but that sort of camera angle just sort of tells you the way the second dart was obscuring the remainder of the bed.
140.
This guy just keeps finding, you can't shake him off. Like a Tasmanian devil, isn't he? He's just at your ankles at all time, and you can see the effort he's putting in. And the young Paul Hinks is doing really well.
43.
I hope he wants 127 with Hinksy calling it tomorrow night.
60.
Got one eye on the Challenge Tour. Nice 5-0 start for Fallon Sherrock. My nephew Jamie's got a bye, so he'll be telling me I reached the last 256, Glenn.
56. $180.
First of the day after 6 yesterday. So many of the dart players, Henry, when the first dart goes in, you just feel he's one of them players, isn't he?
42. Might require 80.
No need to panic on this. Treble 20 will be a bonus, but that's perfect. Just sit on top of that. 2 great darts.
Game shot on the second leg.
That's how simple darts can be if you keep it simple. Just keep out the 1 and the 5 there. Well, that's a lovely finish. His finishing has been probably the highlight of this group, actually.
Game on.
He's been unflappable when he's had the opportunity to close out legs by and large. He's been a great addition, really, hasn't he, the last couple of days, Mark Lawrence?
Yeah, 12-1. I mean, I knew that was, you know, if I was a betting man, would he have got him to beat Mark McGeeney over sort of 10 matches? Probably not.
45.
So the bookies were once again, they had a McGeeney as favourite for this group very early before a dart was thrown. But I just felt for value, Mark Lawrence was the man.
Of course, do get in touch with your questions. Got one here.
58.
Hi all, enjoying the darts with you today. Question, where do you see Josh Rock in the rankings this time next year?
An awful lot of pressure was being put on him.
140.
But he backs at it with incredible confidence. And he has got an unbelievable ability. It's just how he deals with everything that's around him. He's got a good team around him right now. I've seen him sort of sitting with the Rob Cross, Scott Williams sort of team at the back end of the Pro Tours. You know, he'll need someone like that, but an incredible talent and someone you want to watch. I mean, I'm a huge fan.
96.
We were absolutely dominant at pairs in pool. And when we went back to the hotel, I think we went a couple of days without losing a frame. But nice guy, great kid, wonderful future, and I wish him all the very, very best.
I suppose it's making sure that we don't
64.
not get overexcited because he's an exciting talent, but we let him develop in the right way, that we don't pile too much pressure on him. Look, you create pressure and expectation by doing good things. I totally understand and get that, but making sure we don't over-egg the pudding, so to speak.
Yeah, and that's where the people around you, Henry, really sort of, that's what you need. Treble 19 for the biggest finish of the week.
142.
Wowzers.
Mark, you require 80.
Scared the wire. Single for tops. He's looking to climb the ladder. Can he reach the very summit?
40.
And for once, there's a blemish on the doubles.
It's 25 for Fitton.
Game shot on the
Clinical.
third leg. Darryl Fitton.
3 darts at a double in this match, and he's pinged 2 of them. A total contrast to the opening game. And it takes me back to Lakeside, that 167 effort.
Game on.
I'm sure I did something like a 167 against Nick Kenny in the opening leg of the tournament, of which
60.
then Darryl Fitton hit a 170 to take away the £5 prize from me. And I'm sure I got a message of him of ha ha. And in my next match, I ended up sharing the prize with him by pinging my own 170.
180.
And the minute, Fitton's pinging in the 180s.
This is where I was expecting this from him in the first game.
96.
But it will put him on joint level. That keeps Adam Lipscombe as well, just as an outside chance of getting through still. So, like I said, for the neutral, a Fitton win here
57.
Would whet the appetite for the rest of the day.
It would spice things up in this particular group.
100.
You know, when you look at the challenge tour players, it's
94.
really is sometimes the who's who. Who'd have thought Alan Norris would go prelim? Slow start for my good friend Carl Coleman.
96.
Against
Now we
Reece
have
Hayden.
170.
Just missed the 167 has Fitton. I just talked about the 170 where he stole my £5 by the big fish.
134. Mark, you have 149.
That's a dart of the bull for the 167 and the dart of the bull for the 170. We decided to set it up instead.
Fitton is threatening the finishes.
39. Darryl
And
requires
is threatening
36.
a 3-1 lead of a 13 if he can take out this double 18.
Game shot on the
Of course he was going to take out the double
Darryl
18.
Fitton.
That's now 3 from 5 on the doubles. That's a 60% ratio. This is an impressive performance from Darryl Fitton. With an average of 90.66.
Game on.
And a true scare of the big finishes, the two biggest ones of the lot. Moving on to 8 points, moving level with Lawrence. One thing Lawrence does have an
59.
advantage in is the legs difference, and quite significantly, because Lawrence, before this game got underway, was on +8, Fitton -5. So realistically, Fitton has to kind of get this done 4-1 just to try and claw some of that disadvantage he has in that column back around.
$140. 100. $39.
I think we've used the word pace an awful lot this week, haven't we? I think we were spoilt rotten and how much we really enjoyed the pace of Group A. Lots of
60.
quick players. Definitely when we're dealing with the sort of the seniors, people over 50, there's been games that have sort of been a bit of a war of attrition at times.
137.
This is great stuff from Fitton.
Now, 126 is small in comparison to what he's threatened in this match.
Darryl 126.
This is to win the match. And another leg inside the 15 mark. Well, he should now guarantee a dart at least the bullseye. And the bullseye is what he threatens again. And this time he gets for the match. He threatened a 167. He threatened a 170 on the bull. And this time, third time lucky, he finds the 126 to cap off an impressive 4-1 victory against Mark Lawrence. A 92.5 average. Mark Lawrence himself 91.5. A maximum apiece. And of course, that 126 checkout to get the job done. Fitton the victor. That moves him on to 8 points. And now it's down to Adam Lipscomb to keep up pace. But he's got the man who is setting the pace, Mark McGeeney, after this.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
And if you're looking for something to do tomorrow night, just visit dartshop.tv right now to book your free tickets for finals night. But right here at the MODUS Super Series, our fifth match of the session sees Adam Lipscomb come up against Mark McGeeney for the fifth time this week. The head-to-head is currently 3-1 in McGeeney's favour, but none of these contests have been particularly close. They've all been won very convincingly indeed. A win for McGeeney here, and it would take something spectacular for him to miss out on a place at finals night. Let's hand back to our comms pairing of Duzzer and Deacon to talk you through this one.
Yeah, thank you, Abby. It's a must win for Adam now. I think it's got to a stage where he's pretty much stalled the bus and he needs something to happen. For McGeeney, we're just thinking 14 points is probably the golden number for him. And probably that mathematically be probably good enough for him, but he'd be looking for, you know, the 16-point mark at least. He's probably wants to go all the way and get to 20 points to set him up nicely. But for me, this match is all about Adam. He's just sort of come to a standstill, Henry.
Yeah,
Okay,
and I think if he's defeated here by
Game on.
McGeeney, I think it's pretty much then a straight fight between Lawrence and Fitton as to who claims that second spot into the finals.
96.
Win for McGeeney here would move him on to 14 points. Be back to 6 clear.
100.
With just 6 left to play for. He's got a substantial lead in the legs difference bracket.
58.
Plus 17 compared to the plus 5 of Lawrence and the minus 2 of Fitton. Lipscombe on that same figure.
$58.
Glenn has disappointed face. My good friend Carl Coleman has lost in the first round at Challenge Tour.
45.
Shared a room with Mark McGeeney, a big Everton fan.
45.
Considering he's a big Everton fan, I got into him. I said, do you like football? He went, no. Do you like this? I went, no. He said, do you like MMA, Glenn? I went, no. I was like, my God, this is going to be a long weekend. We've got nothing in common.
I'll be honest, if you support Everton, I can understand why you don't like football at the minute.
134.
Yeah, they're having a tough time, aren't they? The crowd are against
64.
The manager, they're a crowd against everything about Everton.
$55. Adam, you record 110. Correct. 54.
So then
McGeeney
wants 109 to take the opening leg.
Treble 19. This wasn't happening on Monday, Henry. But it is now.
On the first leg, Mark McGeeney.
When you look at transformation, no one knows as good as you, Henry. I think you've been there, seen it and done it with the MODUS Super Series, but this is just one of these moves that we could be talking about in a few months' time. How someone who looks so dejected, so down, a beaten man. And now look at him, he's looking at a real potential winner, isn't he?
60.
I call it the Kieran Tian thesis, where a player Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday may not go their way, but they reset on the Thursday and Friday, know that it's a clean slate. What happens on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday is irrelevant. It means absolutely nothing. It's not going to dictate whether you qualify for Saturday night's finals or not. That's
100.
been and gone. This is your opportunity now. This is your fresh start. This is your fresh base. And McGeeney has taken full advantage of it.
96.
You know, and for people watching, Mark McGeeney had a dart, well, 3 darts to be a Lakeside champion. He's a back-to-back Dutch Open champion. Well, Dutch Open's on in a few weeks' time. 4,000 entries the times he won it.
100.
Can't remember who he beat in the final the second time. As Glenn goes, oh, Robin Hood is in the house.
38.
I'm worrying a bit for Adam right now. Like I said, quite selfishly, I would love to have seen him here Saturday night. Just and bring his family and friends to see young players sort of, you know, come to this MODUS Super Series, get the experience and then sample that atmosphere of a Saturday
60.
night. You'd expect a full house Champions Week?
Oh, without a
100.
doubt. Last time, it was to the point where it was becoming standing room only. I had guests up on the balcony with me.
You have friends?
Oh, I have 1 or 2.
60. Adam, you've got 130.
They're imaginary, but... The ball for Lipscombe.
105.
How many times are we going to
One
see a
record,
25 hit for a
121.
bull finish? And for McGeeney, I think he'll stay nice and standard. Treble 20. For treble 17. That leaves 84. Treble 20.
57.
Also
Adam, you've got
treble 16 on that
25.
dart. But for Adam, this is the type of area. Come on, son. That's
Game
much,
shot in the
much
second
better.
leg.
Much better.
Adam Lipscombe.
Now it's a best of 5 game, Adam. You're fighting for your second place here. McGeeney's probably
Delegates
already
Adam
seeing
to
the
throw
winning line.
first.
And it's your
Game
darts. Just get above the treble 21st dart. And that will happen. Just nice and relaxed with the last one.
140.
And then replicate next time. I make it sound quite easy, don't I? I can barely hit the big 20 myself at the moment.
It's easy in this room, isn't it?
I was
140.
even teaching Charlie yesterday, wasn't I, Charlie? £100 an hour. I give him 10-minute session. So what does that work out to
100.
be? I reckon the tie next time we go out. You owe me a hot and sour soup. Super duper. I'm loving this from McGeeney.
125.
I actually felt quite proud yesterday when I was talking to Abby about Mark, because, like I said, when you see someone so disappointed, and I'm
140.
thinking, my God, you know, I've had some massive battles, you know, Mark McGeeney, Jamie Hughes, Scott Mitchell, Jim Williams, that era. Martin Adams, you know, and you just look like a beaten man, and now look at him.
140. Adam, you've got 121.
Cardinal sin, once again, just above the treble. And I like the fact that he watches his game,
38.
so
Mark, you've got 196.
you hear me bleat on about keep it simple. You know, second best is at least giving yourself an opportunity to hit treble 17. And he might stay there or a fat 16.
56. Adam, you've got 83.
Over to you, young man.
One left.
Game
Big
shot
dart
on the
up to the
third leg.
task.
Adam
And
Lipscombe.
Lipscombe needs 2-1. And for the first time, really, in this group, Mark McGeeney's in a little bit of trouble here.
Fourth leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
We've just been looking at some of the challenge too, and some names that we'd love to see at the MODUS Super Series. The name Harry Ward came up. He's leading 2-0 in his opening game against one of the best players from our area, a guy called Rob
100.
Grundy from Hartlepool. Good friend of Adam Atkinson. Rob is someone who just doesn't travel an awful lot. But, you know, one of them, we all know them. They live locally, don't travel. But if they did, they'd be very good. And he's given it a go this year. But he's 2-0 down against Harry Ward. John Henderson, 4-zip up.
58.
It'd be nice if we saw Hendo at the MODUS Super Series, wouldn't it?
55.
We're having a look, weren't we, down that draw sheet, and names that would be so good. Benito van der Pass is another one that stands out. Max Hopp.
Yeah.
Could go on forever, really, couldn't you, with some of those names?
Yeah, the tweet of the week for me was the guy who sent the ones.
180.
Incredible performance here from McGeeney once again. He's once again averaging over 90. Another max. That's his
135.
in 2 days. In comparison to 1 in 2.5 days of the first half. It's a game of 2 halves for McGeeney this week.
This second half has been
97.
full of good stuff.
It's like Man City against Tottenham last night. That was a bizarre interview with
80.
Pep, wasn't it?
Mike, you were going
After you told me
66.
about it when I got back to the house last night, I watched it. Treble tenor bull. He may stay there. The double 18.
48. Adam, you've got 131.
2 tops. There's one. What
Game
a
shot
finish.
the fourth
Adam
leg.
Lipscomb.
Adam
Is that
Lipscomb.
the moment for you, young man? Magnanimous as always, Mark McGeeney. He appreciates a good finish.
5th leg, it's
That
Adam
could be
to
the
throw
moment.
first.
That could be the
Game
catalyst.
on.
Now it's your dart in 2 of the last 3 legs maximum. Don't hit a big 5 as an opener.
45.
And how many times do we see this, Glenn, when someone does something spectacular to break the throw, and then the first visit back in the next leg with their darts, they come up dry.
Reset.
85.
Just go above the treble. Perfect.
85.
Just feel that dart. Just feels like. Just take a little bit of power. Watch how smooth this is. Remember how sticky Mark. Now that was actually quite sticky for Mark. But take a different throw for what we saw on Monday.
123.
So let's have a little look at this throw here from the side on. See if we can get that
45.
before the end of this game. Just think he needs to feel that dart just a little bit more. Maybe less power and more timing. He's 30-year-old, you know. That's helped it. My first tournament win was I was
58.
age 43. There's the side on view there. Just very powerful.
100.
Mark. There's the side on view. That's the dart I don't like for him, where the finish of that. See the way he's leaving the dart at the end? That was his Monday throw.
85.
They were 3 of his worst darts he's thrown in a couple of days. And for this guy, how powerful that release is.
140.
Now they looked very
Oh,
more,
Durable,
a lot more
150.
rhythm compared to the power that they're throwing there. And it's just like getting that. The word I use there is feel. Some of the big finishing that we're doing, I was expecting that to go close.
Went the wrong way. Should have gone 3 balls,
45.
Mark.
Adam, you've got 86.
So Lipscomb for a huge win. A group-changing win. Has 2 at double 16. 1 left in hand.
Game
And he
shot out of
finds the
match.
double 16.
Adam Lipscomb.
And Mark McGeeney's inflicted his first loss by Lipscomb. And for the man from Portsmouth, that 4-1 victory keeps him very much in this tight and congested race to progress through to tomorrow night's final. Lipscomb, a 4-1 victor then against McGeeney. We're going to take a short break. When we return, it's the Battle of the Cellar Dwellers as O'Shea takes on Tipple.
Next up then, Vince Tipple against Tony O'Shea. Invincible should be feeling significantly better about his game this morning, having already recorded a 4-1 win over Darryl Fitton. As for Silverback, he's just not been able to put a consistent run together at all this week. 9% checkout success in his opener today, but his one win yesterday did come in this fixture, coming through in a last leg decider in one of his more clinical displays on the outer ring. Let's tuck into this one then. Glenry, over to you.
Thank you, Abby. A basement battle. It was Tony O'Shea's win who got over the line against him yesterday, but Vince will be feeling good this morning. Them 2 points could be absolutely huge. It just means he can just settle just that little bit more now. It looks like he's tinkered a little bit overnight with his stems, as Henry alluded to earlier. For O'Shea, I think he's ready to get himself home, but he's just the ultimate professional that he will throw every single dart to the end, because he can play a big part on who comes second today, and that's what he has to appreciate. And he's got to remember the reason why he's here this week. It's to get some matches under his belt in preparation for a few weeks' time, and that's the kind of things he should be thinking.
Okay,
Positive preparation for the seniors. That has got to be on the mind of the Silverback. But it's Tipple who will have the darts in this particular game. Game 6 of our day, so he would have completed round 2 of our cycle of matches by the conclusion.
140.
And then we will know much clearer who may or may not be going through.
85.
Morning Whitehead winning his first game. Great to see him there. Willie Borland, I think he'll take some stopping today.
140.
He said McGeeney's the new man from Monday. Is Vince Tipple going to do something really special today?
100.
If you weren't watching yesterday, Vince Tipple, big part of my darting life. I nearly went home after a defeat to him at Q School in 2019.
100.
I just thought the PDC wasn't for me. If it wasn't for Diogo Portela, I may never had the opportunities to go and play
60.
the next day. And the Matthew Denon story followed right that.
Vince
So it was great to meet Vince again.
121.
We had a laugh about that yesterday. We had a little tipple together. Should go downstairs. Oh.
85.
Played the percentages. Is this a new player, this Henry?
Just looks as if he's now settled. He's had his day on the stage, and now he just
41.
looks relaxed.
Vince required 36.
As if he knows what he's doing. He knows everything now about the rigours and the formalities of this event.
Game showed in the first leg. Vince Tipple.
So much better. Very early, of course, but that 14 down
it's
equates to
Tony to join first.
107.36 average. We live in the world of numbers now. But right now,
77.
go back to old money. Antonio O'Shea would just love a win.
Because nothing gives you more confidence than a win. Averages are good, but victories are more important.
45.
He's not moping, he's not sulking. My England skipper in Canada, Newfoundland.
140.
I thought, wonder what he's going to say as a rallying cry to us just before the competition started. And he just got us in a huddle. I said, I can't believe I'm captain in players of your calibre.
26.
Let's go and do it, boys.
That's Tony O'Shea for you, I think, in a sentence.
100.
Lovely part of the world, isn't it?
But because we were so successful, it was literally hotel venue, hotel venue.
41.
We were going to go and look at Wales. Looking at Wales, there must be a lot of Wales in Newfoundland, and we just didn't get the opportunity. We didn't get chance. You know, people were saying, "What did you think of Canada?" It was literally, well, I'll tell you about the hotel.
If we get the chance, go to British Columbia and Vancouver. Honestly, one of the
83.
best cities there is out there, honestly. He starts with Shea from this 130. Doesn't have to go for the bull.
98.
Sets up for the 32.
$39. Only required 32.
For a 16 dart leg.
Game shot on the second leg. Tony O'Shea.
Much better from O'Shea, and I think you'll see some facial expressions from Tony. I think he's just messing with us. And it was his hand he was sort of
Game on.
clinching yesterday, as if a little bit of arthritis in there or something, but Vince is back in the tipple, in the triple.
180.
Tipple tickles the treble.
And his first of the week.
23.
Beginning to tick boxes off now. Got a win under his belt. A max under his belt. I think he can just go on and enjoy the day now, can Vince?
60.
One thing players forget to do is enjoy darts. It's a serious business, but sometimes you just got to make sure that you enjoy your work and your graft.
100.
I'll put this back to you then. Tony O'Shea, how can you tell him to enjoy it after 5 days of disappointment? People used to say, Glenn, just go and enjoy it this week.
180.
After a full day of 0 180s, he gets 2 in 9 darts. God, I love this game.
97. Which require 81.
It's a funny old game, Glenn.
That's your best accent that you've done all week. Your Caribbean sounded Welsh. Your Indian sounded Japanese.
$65.
Right, found a way towards double eight after 12. Not the most conventional way that we'll ever see in the world, but he's found a way towards it.
59.
I think when these two players come to the stage, we called it the basement battle. It's actually been one of the better games in this group.
Game shot on the third leg. Vince Tipple.
Vince just shy of 90.
Fourth leg, it's Tony to throw first.
88.29 is the average. 2 maximums, 2 out of 3 on the doubles. A real polished performance.
100. $140. $121.
So far, whoever's got the darts has been running away with the legs.
48.
We had a day on Tuesday where 13 of the 15 games
80.
was won by the players who threw first. The 2 against the throw. Johnny Haynes. That was a flyer.
122.
140 would be nice here for O'Shea.
95.
Creeps into the treble 5 and you can see the agony on his face. For Tipple, he'd be thinking 191 in 6 darts, but not really sure what happened there. It's as if he pulled out of the throw.
57. Tony record 105.
So to level this game up at 2 apiece, 105, treble 15 would have given him a dart at tops, and so
36.
Tipple.
134.
1-3-4 for the break of throw, and 3-1 lead. Went for 17s.
67.
And he went for treble
Tony
12 on that last
69.
dart. That would have left double 16. These are the type of finishes that I've alluded to Tony this week. Well, that's the perfect marker for 2-2.
Game shot on the 4 flag. Tony O'Shea.
Much better from the silverback.
5th leg, it's Vince to throw first.
Now a best
Game
of
on.
3 leg game. Vince throwing first has been really key so far. And O'Shea will want to hear a trebleless visit.
41.
And that's exactly what he's going to get.
And so the opportunity arises for the silverback to wrestle control of this game, to make his mark, to make his
85.
mid-match move, and he would have expected more after hitting the treble 20 so plumbly with his first dart.
The odds are stacked with Tony O'Shea at the moment. He is against the darts.
140.
So maybe they're seeing something I'm not, because I can't split the pair of them right now.
121.
Super darts from the silverback.
Good like this. And that dart is Joanna Plumley.
140.
For a second then I thought you said Joanna Plumley.
43.
Production, can you just check? Did he say Joanna Plumley? Because I'm prepared to walk right now.
44.
I've been sat in this same chair for 3 weeks, Glenn. I'm going insane.
Joanna Plumley. That's a Brahma. I'll have to beat that one. Can someone beat that and help
80.
me? Someone hits the dart right in the middle of the treble.
136.
I've got Joanna Plumley. Joanna Plumley to beat.
$80.
What a last dart that isn't. The reason it's such a good dart is that when you start leaving yourself 2 dart combinations, everything is in your hands then.
58.
A trebleless visit
Benjamin
from
Gordon,
O'Shea.
56.
This and that.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Vince Tipple.
A fantastic start of the day for Vince Tipple. He's on the cusp of play 2-1-2.
6th leg is Tony to throw first. Game on.
And Vince has now gone favourite in this game.
39. $41.
O'Shea needs to make a move. It's all this match has been about people throwing first.
59.
It's the first chink in the armour of that scenario.
Do you know what that is, Glenn?
Right in the heart FM. Right in the Joanna Plumley.
100.
I'll be using that for the rest of my commentary career.
I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't.
Is that the first time you've used it?
First time I've used it, it's probably going to be the last.
Oh, I'm going to steal that one off you.
42.
That was your chance, Vince. O'Shea's just gone on one of these slides that have been far too common this week.
60.
You don't need a commentator to read the minds of Tony O'Shea right now. For Vince Tipple, this is your moment.
55.
And he doesn't take it. This match goes from one to the other.
140.
Seesaw effect.
$59. Tony Rick 143.
So it's 6 starts from 143 for Tony.
$47.
It'll feel a long time since our last victory for Tony O'Shea.
95. Tony required 96.
Two dark combination for O'Shea. Options now. Hence the reason he's having a think. Not the route I'd have gone there with the way that first dart was sitting.
Vince required 109.
For us and for Vince, he's two options here. He's gone down the 19s route to leave 52. And tops.
69. Tony required 58.
That dart was for the match for Tony. First part of the job done. That's a wild one.
18. Vince required 40.
It does get to a stage where you forget how to win a game.
Tipple
Game shot
gets
on
the tops,
match.
and Vince is the
Tipple.
victor against O'Shea. And for O'Shea, the wakeful win goes on. Tipple is 2 from 2 today, having got the better of O'Shea's best mate, Darryl Fitton, in the opener. And so a 4-2 success for Vince Tipple with an 83.5 average, 2 maximums to his name. He's impressing on his second day here at the Super Series. Coming up after the break, an important game for Messes McGeeney and Fitton.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Vince Tipple has just made it 2 from 2 on the second day of Group C action. There we can see the stats from the game. Glenn Durrant, how pleased are you to see Vince put all elements together in his game and give a good account of himself?
I mean, you don't want a player to come and sample the experience of the MODUS Super Series and go away with 2 disastrous days. He didn't sulk, mope or do anything or wave his arms about yesterday. And he came in this morning. I thought that opening win against Darryl Fitton was really, really important. And during that game, he was the better player against O'Shea. And, 4 from 6 from the on the doubles. job done for Vince, and what a story it would be if he went and today, you know, won 5 and lost none. So all to play for Vince.
Yeah, and we've talked about this sort of thing with the likes of Mark McGeeney as well. The ability to regroup in the way that Vince has today talks a lot about his experience.
Yeah, absolutely. Big game for Mark McGeeney coming up. You know, his first loss there. No need to panic right now. The numbers are on the board for him, but you know, just to cement what he needs to do, and finishing top of the group could be good for him. And he's up against a good friend again. You know, they're playing the same local league team, so that can be quite difficult. So he just has to be business-like throughout.
Yeah, let's bring up the league table, because as Glenn mentioned there, Mark McGeeney losing his first game in Group C last time out. But what do you think the implications could be if Fitton went on to win this game? Because Mark McGeeney might start looking over his shoulder at that point.
Yeah, that's the only concern, and McGeeney has sailed through this league so far. And he's just stalled for an awful, you know, for a second. But his experience, like I said, he's played at the very, very top as Mark. And, you know, this it could be a Pro Tour card order if things were slightly different. So I don't think panic will set in just yet. It's nice to get them 12 points on the board, but it's still all to play for.
Yeah, and before we tuck into this one, a word on Adam Lipscomb, because we see so many significant moments over the course of the week. That 1-3-1 that he took out in his last match, that could prove to be a really decisive moment.
Yeah, for me, the finish of the week. You know, we've had some cracking finishes, and Mark Lawrence is just, the list of his finishing so far has been unbelievable. The beautiful 160 early on in the week, but for me, that treble 17 tops was just he needed a catalyst, he needed a spark, and that was it.
Yeah, absolutely. Right then, our next match could have huge connotations in terms of the context of the league stand-in. So let's get into it. It's Fitton against McGeeney.
Thank you very much, Abby. And so we are going to learn a lot more by the end of this game. McGeeney can move on to 14 points, effectively put him on the hill. But if Darryl Fitton wins here, then we begin to look over the shoulder. If we're Mark McGeeney, 12 points would then look quite a precarious position. And the adage of Matthew Edgar of the 3 lives rule could seriously come into play. McGeeney, the former World Championship runner-up, has been playing champion-like darts over the last day or so, but defeated last time out to Lipscombe, as we saw just there. What he doesn't want to do is
throw first.
See what would be a blip turn into a bit more of a pattern. And so the Gladiator with the darts in this best-of-7 clash.
100.
You've said it all week. That first dart is so inviting for Darryl Fitton.
123.
Stockport. He is going to be playing at the World Seniors Championship at the Circus Tavern in a couple of weeks' time. He played on the opening night of last year's tournament, defeated by a man who's turned out in the end to become a real star of the competition in Richie Howson, who was warred on by a vociferous but respectful home crowd. And I know Richie is tuning in, so if you are watching, Richie, very good morning to you.
34.
We see what happened in this one. Glenn has joined me down here in the booth.
Yeah, Richie Howson, there's a good outsider for the seniors. Looks like the star man so far in the qualifying areas.
100.
Another non-seed I'm going to try and avoid. I just felt that this is the moment for Mark McGeeney just to say, there you go, Darryl. That's me in on Saturday night. For the first time, maybe he just stalled in the last game. I don't think panic would set in. But if you start seeing players on double digits behind him, that's when he could sort of panic a touch. So
100.
I think it's back to basics. And another 2 points here. And for me, that'll be job well done.
I feel like this is the game for McGeeney. And this is the setup for Fitton, which is perfectly executed. And so pressure on this 80. You may only get one dart at a double.
Yeah, this is a 50-50 finish. You just got to stay straight, because it does mean he's going to have to go the bull route now. And as we've seen so many times this week,
now you require 40.
he usually means it'll end up in the 25.
So Fitton tops for a breaker throw in the opener. Following that stupendous setup shot.
Game shown the first
And
leg.
Fitton does obtain the
Darryl
break, and
Fitton.
suddenly things become a little bit interesting because Fitton goes 1-0 up here against the darts. And McGeeney,
Second against
who
Darryl to
lost
throw
out
first.
last time,
Game on.
and then be further pegged back by the charge of the Dazzler.
Yeah, the Dazzler was a big second favourite for this game. But that double tops means he's now gone favourite in this match.
96.
It's purely the fact of best of 7 for dart players is like the equivalent of a 60-metre sprint for an athlete. McGeeney who's putting the afterburners on right now.
180. 100.
Okay, Mark. We're not going to play that game? Okay, all right.
140.
I have promised. We are going to get a 9. We're going to get it today.
45.
Yeah, Richard Stride's going to get it for me. There was a game yesterday where I don't think I've ever seen it before, where in the power pack, his 180s outscored the
85.
tons and ton 40s added up together.
There was a point where the 180s he had 3 and the ton plus he had 0.
0 and 1. Another one of them.
140.
Will certainly make
Right, we're
McGeeney
going
think on this 96 now. As he looks at the scoreboard. Knows exactly what the scenario is now. That's a good marker for Mark, that. Don't be surprised if he just sits out on top, but on this occasion, it's purely a setup.
Now we were going 120.
Fitton, these are the types of finishes. If you can start executing these ton-plus finishes, gives you and you can see the frustration because you appreciate the chance when your opponent just hasn't seen out his part of it.
80.
And all he's done is
Mark
set it
required
up.
40.
McGeeney's not, his favourite double is not tops. The way he's been playing, he'll feel confident it is still going in. That's wild.
Game shown the second leg. Mark McGeeney.
And he might scrunch up his face there, but deep down, I can assure you, a huge sigh of relief. And you can see a lot of the players just flexing the shoulders,
Game on.
rubbing their elbows, sore wrists. There's an awful lot of darts being thrown this week. Like I said, it's the most important thing, just managing your body. So people with the effortless throws are the ones who are going to have that
41.
longevity throughout the week.
I felt more of it. Yes, I've got the double. Now let's kick on for McGeeney as he levels up at 1 apiece, having been broken in the first. He knows the significance
40.
of this match. If he wins it, then he puts himself virtually there. If he loses it, it makes life difficult. It's a 4-pointer effectively for Mark. It completely changes the whole context of his group and thus the context of his week.
45.
And he will know that. He's one of those players that's completely in tune with everything that's going on around him. And in these situations, I
58.
think you need to be in control of the scenario and everything about it.
Spotter's job is to look at the eyes of a player, but that one last night with
58.
Richard Stride, where he's going for a treble 19, but the process he uses is that he looks at the treble 20 first before then transfixing onto the target afterwards. And he had this most bizarre front foot.
36.
He was a very unique player. I did enjoy watching Richard Stride. I certainly won't forget him now.
And look, this is what the game wants. It wants different characters, different players. If everyone's exactly the same, how boring would it be?
99.
Dozer likes boring, so...
Okay, Glenn will be fine with it, but the rest of us won't.
Let's have robots.
Robot Wars at the Super Series.
135.
That's giving the production team something to think about there. That's not ideal. You can see as he scrunches up his face because
43.
he hits his darts above the bed. And all of a sudden, Fitton becomes favourite for this leg.
20 score days.
You might be wondering why he's asking there, but sometimes when you've got that dark barrel, sometimes it can be really difficult to see.
46.
I have experimented using a black barrel. It certainly wasn't for me. I do like to see that silver in the air as you're holding it at that stage there.
So you won't be going back in black.
45.
If it goes anywhere near the treble 20, I'll try anything. I'll try a javelin.
I'll be honest, I'm not sure the regulators will allow that.
Well, Luke Humphries is getting close.
45.
When you have to do a run upload to throw that.
170.
Do you fancy him for the fish? Do you fancy the fish?
145.
Oh, put the hook away. It wasn't quite reeled in.
141.
Going down to go up, Fitton.
Treble 10 or treble 18. Ooh.
84. Monkey required 25.
It's either frustration or he's miscounted. But for McGeeney, you don't often see him miss the fat numbers. McGeeney does the fundamentals very, very well. Good marker, doesn't need to move across the hockey. Wonderful camera angle that.
Now you require
And
57.
you can just see how it kissed off the barrel of the first dart. And Darryl's last dart, you might regret it, but he's going to be getting 2 darts at tops. Or is he? It's only 1 dart at tops, and
Game
when
shot
there's frustration coming out of his ears,
Darryl Fitton.
he pings that tops to make him feel a little bit, and conversation between the two good friends. Possibly a little apology there.
First. Game on.
For McGeeney, surely the skids can't continue. I like what McGeeney's doing there, Henry.
125.
Just getting back. Just about that reset. To now that focus. What you do now is look at the eyes. Never take them off the target.
76.
Tough playing a friend.
$59.
It's that separation, isn't it, of that friendship, but also that will to win once upon the hockey.
85.
And losing to a friend is even worse. Lost to Owen Binks yesterday in a game up on the stage, and yeah, that was a horrible feeling.
120.
What's the throw like? Do you like it? I've seen you thrown in the pub a couple of days ago. Big difference?
It's, yeah, it's different, but the conditions, I have to say, I mean, I'm nowhere near this level.
60.
But it's so comfortable out there and so conducive for players to play their best darts.
I think it's even more conducive with a crowd atmosphere. So it's over to you guys. You can get yourself down to Portsmouth, the live lounge.
60.
Tickets are free. Dartshop.tv.
$41. Now we have 137.
137 for Fitton for a 3-1 lead. He's going to have 6 from here.
$97.
Perfect setup. I really fancied a run from Max Hop today in the challenge too, a 4-4 averaging 70.
You would not have expected that.
100. Now you require 40.
We'll go back to the first game of the day for Fitton. It was his erratic finishing
35.
that cost him that game.
You require 139.
Hopefully that's not going to be the conclusion of this one for him. But he's going to get another chance. And Mark's just beginning to flex his body. Is his shoulders tightening?
59.
This is the
Now
fifth
you
day on
require
the spin
5.
here at the MODUS Super Series. And if you add in all the practice he's been doing and then Q skill, and be praying not to hear the dulcet tone of Owen
No
Pink saying
score.
game shot.
Mark, you
Chance for
require
McGeeney.
80.
And as I've said many times, keep it simple.
Up the ladder, looking to reach the top.
60.
Black drags below, and so Fitton is back for
Now you
5.
require 5.
Will he go 3-1-1 again? Yes is the answer. Will the outcome be different?
No score.
No. It starts Javu for Darryl.
Mark, you require
And
20.
so McGeeney. 2 10s for 2-2.
Game shot the 4 flag.
Desmond.
Mark McGeeney.
Now we're just having a look at an interesting moment on the Challenge Tour, Glenn. Now, I've
Fifth
not
leg is
seen the
Mark
like
to
of
throw
what you're about to
first.
explain.
Game on.
As we said, we're both looking out for Max Hop because we'd love to see him here at the MODUS Super Series. And we noticed he was 4-4 averaging 70. And his opponent had 1-3-8 for the match.
81.
And bust. So what has he done? Treble 20, treble 20, do you think? To leave 18, and then has he gone into double 12?
41.
I've got no idea how. Just inconceivable, isn't it? Yeah.
I think he's gone treble 20, treble 2. Probably threw the perfect first start at treble 20, followed it, and then crept into the double 12 for double 9.
85.
Well, either side you bust a score, don't you? If you miss on the other double, so yeah, weird.
36. $95.
Just having a look elsewhere in and around the Challenge Tour. Victory for Colin Osborne against Jared Thomas. Dan Reed beating Kieran Tierney in an all Super Series battle. John Henderson, 5-0
60.
winner over Nico Wagner. Yet a Clatton beating David Evans. That's a harsh first round draw. 5-2 Clatton the victor there. James Hubble, what a game this was between Hubble and Moreno Blom. 5-1 Hubble was the winner. The average is 101.63 and 94.98. Moreno Blom would have won most first round games with that average. As simple as that. Well, Colin's getting the better of Kai Fan Lung. Andy Hamilton, a 5-0 winner. Adam Mould, who we're going to see at Champions Week, 5-1 victor over Mason Whitlock. Jim McKilmore's going to see it at Champions Week, 5-4 winner over Mikhail Rastovitz. McGeeney here, 6 starts on 140 for a 3-2 lead. He may only need the 3. No, the 6 is going to have to be
100.
Tell you another player, very quickly before McGeeney goes to double, I wouldn't mind seeing here this year. Alex Spellman, the American. What a player he's becoming.
46. Mark, you require 40.
Danny Baggish. Let's have an American-themed week. Tops for McGeeney. There's your marker. He's been good on this double 10. But if
30.
anything, has just sometimes crept into there. And he has a quick look to see what finish Fitton is on. I'd be delighted to see he's all the way back to 259.
That's the awkward one, isn't it? When you're not on a finish and then you go inside on the double 10, because things can then very quickly unravel. Especially if you move inside on that double 5.
10.
And with Fitton on a finish, the scope for error is
Game's
minimal,
on the
but there is
fifth
no
leg.
scope for error for
Mark
McGeeney. He leads 3-2. He is a leg away.
I don't like the way he scrunches his face up in disappointment when he
Super
hits the
gets
double.
Darryl to throw first.
I can
Game
assure you.
on.
But that's the difference for him there. That focus, and can you see him thinking there, processing? Early on in the week, his head was all over the place.
43.
And we'll get Henry on the number crunching, but 14 points would be looking really good at this point, surely, for McGeeney.
14 points very rarely sees you out the mix.
Begging a 140.
100.
And the big favourite for the challenge tour today is 3-0 up. Jamie Durrant.
$129.
Once again, that second dart wasn't sitting ideally for the 180. Just the 180 in this game to McGeeney.
58.
Just will be preparing my predictions for the Greyhound show tonight
81.
in relation to Group B. Anyone who's seen my predictions so far in the commentary box of the MODUS Super Series will no doubt go the exact opposite to what I'm choosing.
41. $60.
This game feels a real slow burner. We enter the 20th minute of this game. But for McGeeney, the 2 points will be invaluable. And that's all that will be matter for him right now.
92. $94.
6 starts for McGeeney. Leaving Fitton to it 94. Will be his basic strategy.
60. Now we require 94.
Does have the dart in the last leg, does McGeeney. But the erratic finish and a Fitton means it may not be over just yet.
54. Mark, you require 150.
Well, this would be some way to seal it. 3 from 13 on the doubles Mark McGeeney in this game, which is not what we come to expect from him. But Fitton then tops to send us all the way to
110.
a deciding leg
40.
here. And what would be perhaps the most pivotal leg of this group so far. That's high. That's low.
30.
And that's inside. And so
Mark, you
McGeeney for
require
tops
40.
to move to 14 points.
He hasn't been as prolific on tops as he would like. But tens.
Game
normally
shot
nails.
and the
And
match.
in a game that was
Mark
often quite a
McGeeney.
slow burner between the two good friends. McGeeney will be absolutely over the moon to hit the 14-point mark. Overall, it's a job well done for McGeeney. Maybe on this occasion, statistics are irrelevant. The only thing that matters to him there is the big 2 points. We'll be seeing McGeeney on Saturday night, I'm fairly sure of that. But next up, Mark Lawrence, who's one of the players right in the mix, up against Vince Tipple, who's on a play 2-1-2 today. Is this the day for Tipple? Join us back very soon.
Up next then, Mark Lawrence against Vince Tipple. Invincible has won both of his games this morning. His finish in the main improvement from yesterday's play, just an indication that he's feeling more comfortable, feeling more settled. Of course, he only registered one leg in this fixture on day one. Lawrence averaging over 20 points more than him in a real standout display. But who'll produce the goods in this one? Henry and Glenn, back to you.
But I think that should be caveated by the fact that Vince Tipple has been much better today, hasn't he? We're seeing a real incline of his performance compared to that we saw on day one here at the Super Series, whereas Mark Lawrence, it's, well, the game he lost to Fitton, he played really, really well in, but is it possibly to the point now where we would wondering what we're going to get from him in this one?
I think Mark Lawrence will be feeling quite good. I mean, now for me, it's all about the battle of second place now. And he has the ascendancy. I mean, Adam Lipscombe is someone who had that moment. That 1-3-1 was a real standout moment.
Game on.
Mark Lawrence, I think, will be fairly happy with the way this morning has gone. He knows he's got gears, and I think he knows he can beat Vince Tipple, and that was demonstrated, obviously, yesterday. So for me, I think if both players actually will be feeling fairly good about themselves, and that should equate to
43.
A good match.
And Vince Tipple, after his first couple of games, I feel as if now he's done himself justice following yesterday's exploits.
99. $137. $95.
It's Lawrence who's come out the traps very nicely here. I think he knows what's at stake, and
100.
he would love to have a crack at the finals on Saturday night. Would have his Yorkshireman referee in the game, so that would be really good for him.
100. Might be 192.
So two options, but with Vince Tipple on 164, he can be aggressive and go for the treble 20.
60.
But right now, we'll just set that up.
164.
Vince Tipple. This would be a real champagne finish. Not this time.
100.
Lovely three well-thrown darts.
32.
Vince Tipple is like a different player today.
Game shot
And
the
he'll
first
ask Mark
set.
Lawrence questions.
Mark Lawrence.
So far, he's up to that challenge, is the Yorkshireman. And just getting to 10 points, Henry.
Vince to throw
That must be like a
first.
big moment for
on.
the players, just to see yourself in double digits.
It's a bit like a football team that gets to that magical 40-point mark in the Premier League, isn't it? It's just a big milestone reached. And okay, 10 points isn't going to most likely get you through the group.
60.
It at least gives you something to cling on to and something to build upon. And we'll put Lawrence here in the box seat with Lipscombe to come next against
100.
O'Shea.
$91.
Big passage of play coming up over these next few games with Lawrence playing Tipple, O'Shea playing Lipscombe, and then McGeeney back in battle in the game against Lawrence.
Yeah, I think the next hour is going to be
100.
pivotal. I'm just beginning to look at some of these games late on. We identify game 14 on day 3 here, and it did go down right down to that.
85.
Yeah, I think the decisions will be made by game 12 today.
Tend to agree.
100.
Nice to see the best of Tipple.
Well, so far today he's been Vince Tipple.
41.
Yeah, it took me a while yesterday
120.
to work that out. Nice and steady throw.
40.
creeps into the treble 20. And just
80.
reassessing. Gives him an
Vince, you
outside
require
chance
80.
of 144. And for Vince, it's all about a big straight arm, and that's the bonus. The Brucey bonus, and some of these two dark combinations of his have been
Game shot the
absolutely
second
outstanding.
leg. Vince
And he's
Tipple.
unrecognisable from the player who played here yesterday. And he'd be thinking, can we start again?
Phil gets marked to throw first. Game on.
I know he was dressed in camouflage, but I'm sure that wasn't... We're sure it wasn't another man playing, because Vince
22.
Tipple has been... Oh, this has been night and day. This is why he's here. This is why he's had success at the seniors. And sometimes we see it with James, they just need that day to relax. And
60.
he's had the day to relax, and he's come back here today, a different animal altogether.
Does he come into the equation for qualification if he wins this match?
137.
Just because there's players that got to play each other, just probably too little too late, I'd say.
Well, we're back on tonight at 10 o'clock. Let's see if we get the new, more improved Terry Jenkins tonight. Will you be watching a little bit of the World Series
100.
before?
Probably watch it, catch a little bit. I'm going to have a bit of a kip, I think.
Lightweight. You think you'd been here a few weeks?
97.
Bit of Dickinson's Real Deal probably send me off.
Do you know that's my favourite show?
Is it?
2 o'clock.
Boeing does her.
Yeah. Actually, I like to watch it on ITV plus 1
100.
at 3 and then Salvage Hunters at 4.
A bit of tipping point.
I won't be doing much next week. My coach, I'm doing 2 or 3 coaching a day.
133.
I'm absolutely
One
chock-a-block. My wife is not
142.
happy.
Although I'm glad that I don't have to deal with bargain hunt followed by
100.
flog it.
You require 170.
170 for Tipple, the big fish.
Wouldn't this be nice?
98. Market required 42.
Oh, that was a big target, that 6 and 10. That's board run not acceptable, Mr. Lawrence. He's been brilliant on his finishing. Reset, think. You've got 1 dart at a double.
34.
Incredibly, that double 4 coming
Vince
to the
requires
4 again.
72.
The spoiler, that is Vince Tipple. Has options on 72. That will leave a fat 20. For tops. Look at Mark Lawrence
Game
behind.
shot the
Look at
third
Mark
leg.
Lawrence. Is Mark
Vince
Lawrence
Tipple.
thinking about second place? Just look at what he was doing. As Vince Tipple set up that third
Well, then
dart.
it's Vince to throw
And
first.
that sometimes
Game
can be
on.
the problem. The mind is already thinking of reaching the winning line before you get there. And that was a look at him behind there. Thinking, showing signs of distress.
22.
Get back to the fundamentals, Mark.
And this is the thing with this group stage format, it sends you into Shredsville, because in a normal knockout competition, the only thing you're thinking about is me against them, the format, I have to get there first. However, in the Super Series, there is a different dynamic, a different format. It's not just you and them over that format. There's also a table, there's also legs
140.
difference, there's also points, and sometimes a margin of victory. And so that simple equation that players are so used to, which is them and the scoreboard,
97.
has been wiped away because there's added elements. And when you add an element in the mind of a dart player, it adds pressure. And what does pressure add? It adds tension. And what can happen if there's tension? Well, anything can happen.
99. $58.
Throw's just getting a little snatchy now, isn't it? That looks rather smooth, that Vince Tipple. He was a bit of an
60.
also ran yesterday. If he was running at Cheltenham, he would have pulled up. Today he's cruising, going into a final furlong.
60.
And what you would do for a 140 here. Anything on Twitter?
Richie Howson is tuning in. Good morning to the pair of us. Hello,
60.
Richie. Sure, we'll see him again
Mark
soon.
require 146.
I hope I don't have to smash him again this time at the seniors. Sick of beating him.
98. Vinci require 120.
I'll let you win this one, don't worry. How many times have we seen 120 this week? I like that dart. Just follow that in now. Got the weight management. Just a little bit off-piste.
50. Mark require 48.
Now he had a big target, the 6 and 10 last time. This time he's got 16-8. No mistakes this time. Big dart.
32.
Just not up to the challenge. Adam
Vinci
Lipscombe will be
requires
licking his lips
70.
next door. If Vince Tipple can get this 70 in, because he then becomes a big favourite for the second spot. He's going to get that one dart at tops. Watch Mark Lawrence in the background. He's
50.
rocking and rolling. But the
Mark
wire
requires
saves him.
16.
And now the concentration, the stare down of the double.
No score.
But it doesn't go. And is the
Vinci
situation
required 20.
beginning to weigh heavy on the mind of Mark Lawrence as Tipple returns for double 10? He has been the form man today. You expect him to get it at this turn. He's only got one left, mind.
Game
But he
shot
finds
the
it with that
fourth
last dart.
Vince
And
Tipple.
Tipple is a leg away. And this leg could hold potential significance in the context of this group.
Fifth leg is Mark to
How
throw
sporting
first.
of Mark
Game
Lawrence
on.
in the background. Did you see that? He knows what's at stake, and when the last one goes in, it's like I said, it's like a dagger in the heart. What did he do? He clapped his hands.
140.
I like that.
And then responded with a big visit.
$100.
Yes.
82.
Lost his composure a little bit. Mark McGeeney was just sort of beginning to looking at the floor. What we call the reset. Mark Lawrence is just overthinking right now. That's all he's doing different to yesterday.
36.
You sometimes don't know. You think you're preparing well. You think you're throwing well. Sometimes you just need that critical eye just to say, and that's why whenever you see in the crowd, let's
99.
look at someone like Damon Hetter. Honestly, having his wife there, she is absolutely fantastic for him. And, she is a big part of the success of what is happening with Damon right now.
59.
I was in the corner of Mark Lawrence right now. Just calm down.
81.
Now that is a disaster dart, really, because that's 99, which means he's going to need the 3, although he's going to get the luxury of time because Tipple's all the way back on
30.
306 and he's not really made
199.
any significant inroads on that. And so 99. And so the double 10,
Game shot on the
beautifully
fifth
executed.
leg. Mark Lawrence.
Put the flake on top.
You read my mind.
Sixth leg is Vince to throw first.
Just
Game on.
outstanding finish after outstanding finish for Mark Lawrence. He'll be very happy with his 180 scores yesterday.
100.
Looks steady, Tipple, doesn't he? And he looks erratic.
Efficient.
26.
And Tipple is going to give himself opportunities by continually playing like this. With the darts in this leg. I'm just wondering, as you say, maybe that little bit of inexperience of this group stage
41.
format could potentially be creeping into the mind of Mark Lawrence, because in this scenario, panic can set in.
One of the biggest attributes of a dart player
44.
is being strong mentally. And Mark Lawrence has been absolutely fine for a day and a half. This game, we're just seeing signs that he's overthinking the
76.
situation. He probably overlooked Vince Tipple before he gets up there. And when he sees that Vince is playing really well, I mean, I'm saying he's playing really well. He's
80.
not smashing down the doors. This should be a game that Mark Lawrence can win.
It's something that's quite... It shouldn't be, but can be commonplace in darts. I'm
41.
sure there would have been players on the Challenge Tour who probably would have looked at draws and thought, I can win that, and then probably got burnt by that particular bridge. Every game should be treated the
60.
same. Treat yourself as if you've played a robot. As if you don't know who you're up against. As if you know that the darts you're going to get on the other side is good. Because especially in this particular competition,
121.
the players qualify get invited here on a merit.
$171.
Excellent visit from Lawrence. Needed that really, didn't he?
Just gives him a squeak. He'll stay there. Just creeps into the treble 4.
50. Mark, you require 120.
And when Lawrence looked like a beaten man, that 171, has it changed everything?
60.
He sets a 2-dart combo.
72.
Don't take your eyes off Mark Lawrence here. Just watch how he watches every dart that Tipple's going in. He's nodding there to say, yes, he's going to get it. We all know he's going to get it.
52.
Wowza.
Mark, you require 60.
Just keep your eye on Lawrence. Here's your chance. That was too close for comfort. He's just losing his composure.
No
just
score.
I had
Finch
no
require
confidence
20.
whatsoever of that going in for Mark Lawrence. He needs to regroup and regroup very, very quickly. And to wrap things up,
No score. Mark, you require 60.
Still, the drama goes on. Well, that's in the single 5. Tots of Lawrence.
40.
And that drags low. And these last few visits have been absolute
Finch
chaos for the
require
pair.
20.
Lunacy at the live lounge. But can Tipple get a triple worth of wins? Well, he's going to have to do it by going double-double. And that is exactly what he does. As he gets the better
Tipple.
Mark Lawrence by 4 legs to 2. It is a result that really does put the cat amongst the pigeons in this particular group. Tipple with a 4-2 success against Lawrence. And so we're going to take a short break. And then we're going to see Adam Lipscombe in action. He's a beneficiary of that result. He takes on Tony O'Shea.
So then, 7 more Group C matches to bring you. Next, it's Tony O'Shea against Adam Lipscomb. Lipscomb, who was superb in his victory over Mark McGeeney a little while ago, keeping himself very much in the hunt for a spot at finals night, aided by a significant 1-3-1 outshot to complete a 15, with McGeeney sat on 18 at an important juncture in that one. Can he produce some more moments of significance against a man he's already beaten 4 times this week? Let's find out, shall we? Double D, back to you.
Thank you so much, Abby. Yes, it's played 4-1-4 for Adam right now, and he doesn't want to make the same mistake that Mark Lawrence did. I'm sure the one person who was celebrating most as Mark Lawrence started showing signs of distress during that game was Adam Lipscomb, because second place. He must be favoured for this now, and he's playing someone he's beaten 4 times this week, someone who's absolutely nowhere near his A+ game. And you would think Adam will have his eye on getting to 10 points here. And the biggest thing he can do now is not be complacent and get the fundamentals right.
You would have seen what happened in the previous match. You'll know that opportunity knocks.
81. 25. 140. 135. 100.
And is it now for Lipscomb trying to make sure that he doesn't think about the opportunity and just grasping the opportunity?
We may not have sort of assessed as much as we did the way that Mark Lawrence dealt with that game there. Because if he did, he'd think, well, the one thing I mustn't do now is suddenly start showing signs of concern and just win the game. He's played Tony 4 times this week. He's got the better of him. That's sometimes, as a dart player, really important when you know you've got the beating of someone. You suddenly start thinking, is he a bogey player? Does he not like playing me?
80.
And he'll love seeing that dart there from Tony, because that was plumbing the treble there for him. And for Adam, this one dart at top here could be massive.
60. Tony McGowan, 116.
Just tried to blast it through the barrel of there. And Tony O'Shea hasn't really had over 100 finishes. This the time? It isn't.
60. Adam, you require 20.
Big shot already in the context of this game and in the context of the table. And I'm sorry, Adam, but once again, that's the area. The area of concern. If I had to sit down with you and say, what's your thoughts on my game, Glenn?
Lawrence and Fitton will be cheering on this top to O'Shea, but it doesn't go until Lipscomb returns for the double 10 for the break of throw and a 1-0 lead. Up for double 5. Gets their last dart in hand, and Lipscomb leads by a leg to 0. Now, because of the previous result, Mark McGeeney is through. He is into tomorrow night's final. If Tony O'Shea wins, McGeeney wins the group. So then we will just be focusing on that second spot. We will be focusing on who the second player is going through regardless, but we'll know they'll be going through in second. And that is because of how the scenarios pan out here at the live lounge.
60.
Getting messages about the tungsten teaser today. Have we had the answer from yesterday? Was it the Colin Monk one yesterday?
Yes, that was a very good tungsten teaser, wasn't it? He'll bring you the tungsten teaser in our next match.
81.
Or maybe a little bit later in this one, we'll see.
120.
Here's a question for you, Henry. Following on from, what do you think of Bo Greaves has done the right thing by not playing Q school? He thinks she should have even gone on the challenge tour.
I would have liked to have seen Bo have a go at the challenge tour, just to kind of see where everything kind of lays up. But
40.
at the end of the day, like we kind of said with Josh Rock earlier on, let's not push these players to do too much too soon.
60.
It's got to be right ultimately more than anything else. And if that's what she feels is the right formula for her, I think at the minute that's okay. Then as time goes on, let's see what progressional path she can take. Let's not rush players in. I think that's a guilty thing that all sports have now, is we look at people bursting onto the scene and then we expect everything now in comparison
100. Only require 96.
to letting them progress at the correct rate and the correct levels.
Double 19.
77. Adam, you require 110.
This will feel good. Oh dear. Yeah, just double check there to leave double 10. A happy accident.
90.
Maybe not.
Only require 19.
So I'll be looking at the fat 3 or 17. Surely double 4. Everybody hits
15.
double 4, Tony.
Adam, you require 20.
Music.
Game
To
shot the
Lipscomb's
second
ears.
leg. Adam Lipscombe.
Reminiscent of yesterday, and reminiscent of a couple of times he's played Tony this week. He might have a 4-0 record, but if Tony could have hit a couple of doubles,
Tony to throw first.
it could have been
Game
so
on.
different. I'm getting the feeling Tony just wants to get off this stage now.
137.
How would you assess O'Shea's week then, Henry, if you were in his shoes driving home?
140.
Moments of brilliance, but consistency is just one thing he hasn't really found. There's been glimpses, there has been sparks, there has been moments, there's been brilliance, and that is perfection.
But for every 180,
90.
his checkout percentage right now is 0%. I think he doesn't need me or you to tell him what the positives and negatives have been. He'll know inside.
78. 100. Tony record 106.
106 to bring it back to 2-1 for O'Shea. 86 less, so what about the 18s?
58.
Well, the only problem going on 271 and leaving a ton, you're leaving a bogey number. He's going to set it up nicely. But if you start on 19s and incorporate the bull last start, you leave the big fish. It's just them things. They can improve. Well, that's so much better from O'Shea. Probably his best start for his best leg for a long time.
Full flag, it's Adam to throw first.
Just keeps Lipscombe honest, doesn't it? Just a little nudge on the shoulder as to say, well, you still got to get over the line here, mate.
I'm telling you, if Lipscombe loses this game, Tipple is getting to be involved.
Incredibly.
What a story that would be. I know that they play each other, you tell me, but
80.
And I fear that my number crunching is not as good as what it could be, but going into sort of 2 games to go, what a story that would be.
55.
Are you ready, Glenn, for the tungsten teaser?
Well, I haven't got one right yet.
Well, you'll enjoy this. So, the next PDC major is the
100.
Masters next week. Now, the first edition of that event was back in 2013. 5 players
140.
who played in the Super Series / Live League in 2022-2023 played in that first event in 2013. Can you name the 5 players?
2013. Kevin Painter, Robert Thornton.
100.
Please tweet us at MSS Darts with your answer to the tungsten teaser. Could Lipscombe tease us to a 1-2-1?
60. Adam, you record 121.
No, not this time.
Colin Osborne.
43.
That's 3.
Only record 138.
Might have been a question and a thought
78.
process there of
Adam,
staying on that
requires
treble 20 at that
78.
point. Big moment. The biggest start of the week for Adam Lipscomb.
Game shown the fourth
And
leg.
is he up to the challenge?
Lipscomb.
Absolutely he is. Could we be looking back at that dart in about an hour's time? Because if he can get
Fifth
through
leg,
this
Tony
game
to throw
and
first.
get on to 10
Game
points,
on.
he becomes a heavy favourite to qualify. Adam Lipscomb's next game, Vince Tipple.
140.
That took a lot of composure as well there from Lipscomb to tell you that with O'Shea ready on 60 to pounce and have a look at this for a start. And maybe he's making his big mid-match move, making his march towards the line.
85.
What's his nickname again? Is it Baby Boy or?
Baby boy.
30.
I don't know, I keep thinking Big Boy. Maybe it's a few days with Abigail, that.
100.
Oh, did you see there with O'Shea in his arm there? Can you see that? And it was about now yesterday, Henry, that he just began to show
100.
signs of his... That just felt more like his forearm rather than... To keep an eye on that. It's an awful feeling when you're playing with an injury.
60.
I had a couple of years with Jamie Hughes where he knew, but the calendar's so busy, Henry, that it's difficult to get a few months away and look at the Nathan Aspinall effect as well.
Tony
You know
McGinley,
you've got to have that
116.
operation. Where do you squeeze it in?
For the short-term pain, certainly led to long-term gain in the
45.
case of Aspinall.
Adam, 152.
71's not a gimme, so
60.
that's an
Tony
unlucky
McGinley,
visit there.
71.
18 for tops.
Game shown the fifth
And
leg.
they're both pinging
Tony
that tops
O'Shea.
now. What started off as quite a quiet encounter, just building to a
It's
crescendo.
Adam to throw first. Game on.
This is a massive leg for Adam Lipscomb. And you can see him talking away to himself there
55.
because I think he understands the importance of it. Tony O'Shea could do his partner in crime, Darryl Fitton, a huge favour by winning this game.
100.
And my man, Vince Tipple, would then come into the equation.
123.
For Lipscomb, it's important here to not panic in this scenario. He has the darts in this leg.
140.
But O'Shea is suddenly looking really, really promising. Probably as good as we've seen him for the last couple of days.
100.
Adam Lipscomb, the former strongman, when he gave darts up for a while. Give the strongman series a go.
100.
He's just a naturally strong boy.
85. Tony require 161.
This is building up nicely. The averages from 60s to 70s to 80s. Now they're creeping further and further up.
137.
It's like Pop Master with Ken
And
Bruce are going through the 60s,
138.
the 70s and the 80s. He may be finishing things off if Lipscomb could have taken out the 138. And so O'Shea to
58.
take us the
Tony required
distance.
24.
He wants double 12. Now sixers.
Game shot in the sixth flag.
And that squint of the
Tony
eye and the
O'Shea.
ever so Rolls Royce throw of the double for Tony O'Shea to send us the distance.
Seventh and final leg is Tony to throw first.
Averaging
Game
85 here.
on.
Disappointed they didn't tap hands there because it's been played in a wonderful spirit, the game.
100.
Oh, you just see him feeling can you see him there squinting with every... He's in pain.
40.
Doing that professional job. He does so well. Keep an eye on that.
60. 85.
What is it? What's that saying? Always beware of the injured athlete.
Beware the wounded animal. Beware of the silverback. The brilliance of the silverback. That's his second max of the match. Averaging 87. He's on a finish first on this 161. He is going to get a couple of goes at it.
97. 80. Tony requires 64.
So it's 64 for Tony, who's now playing the role as the spoiler.
32. Adam's last score was 80.
Just double confirming something here. Just making sure everything is correct. It's a crucial point in this match. Just making sure everything is okay, everything is correct.
That looks good to me. There's that break, and this is what I talk about, just a little bit of composure, just that little sharp and take a breath for a couple of seconds. You might want to look back on that.
32.
What an incredible moment is this for the group. Because that double going in for O'Shea just means that that second place is totally and utterly up for grabs. Adam Lipscomb had a big, big chance to get himself to 10 points. McGeeney is now the runaway leader. Take a pick for second place. Does Vince Tipple come to the equation now? It is absolutely all to play for. Mark Lawrence is right in the mix, and he's up next against table topper Mark McGeeney. Back after the break.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Tony O'Shea has just come through in a last leg decider to get the better of Adam Lipscomb. O'Shea playing the role of the spoiler in Group C now. He could still have a big role to play in determining who makes it through to finals night, along with Mark McGeeney and Johnny Haynes, who are of course already through. O'Shea 4 out of 12 on the outer ring in that one of his best performances in Group C. As for Lipscomb, he's still very much in the hunt for finals night, but he still has a lot of work to do, with the chasing pack all slipping up somewhat on the second day of Group C action. As you can see there, 3 out of 9 on the outer ring for him. We can have a look what that does to the league table, as Tony O'Shea, as I mentioned, he doesn't have a chance of going through, but he's playing that role of the spoiler now. So we have 3 players on 8 points. Confirmation there with the league table that Mark McGeeney has already done enough to secure his spot at finals night, but the decision now is who is going to join him. Mark Lawrence, as you can see, in second place because he has a superior leg difference to the 2 other players on 8 points. Will he be able to get over the line against McGeeney in this one? The thing that goes in his favour in this match, of course, is that McGeeney may take his foot off the gas subconsciously because he is already through to finals night. Let's tuck into this one then and hand back over to our commentary team.
Thank you so much, Abby. You did all my homework there. Exactly what I felt. The spoiler of Tony O'Shea. And you could argue that also the spoiler is Mark McGeeney. With him being so far at the top, already through, Tony O'Shea at the bottom. It's all condensed in the middle. And the devil inside of me is asking for a Mark McGeeney win here, because it just would leave this conclusion of this group to be absolutely unbelievable as we come to the final sets of games. For Mark Lawrence, his darts have been absolutely fantastic this week. The finishing has been sublime. His maximums have been very acceptable. But I just saw a chink in his armour in his last game. And it was all to do with his demeanour.
Game on.
And just maybe his little bit of mindset. I wonder if he realised that when he went back to the players' area.
And if you're going to have one person in your tag team, then why don't you let it be Mark McGeeney?
$60. $140.
Just having a quick Glenn sighs as Jamie Durrant loses a challenge to a 5-4 against another MODUS Super Series, Shane McGurk. 91 average for Shane, 86 average for Jamie. I can now turn that rubbish off now.
60.
You went full Steve McLaren, England v Iceland there.
Yes, England can't lose this game from now. Ooh, this is wonderful, McGeeney. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
60.
Not so wonderful, wonderful, wonderful as the 2 bounce outs there.
From the sublime to the ridiculous.
Just means all of a sudden he be Mark McGeeney, who joins Johnny Haynes on Saturday
60.
night. He has to be a major contender. I've got to get my predictions ready for tonight. Who's going to join these guys? So I'll be on the Greyhound Show about 8:25 on Sporty Stuff TV.
100. Might require 150.
I'm quite nervous about that. My first time. I stuck my hand in there yesterday. Well, I certainly got the blame for it anyway in the back of the shot.
98.
As I watched how it all worked. So looking forward to speaking to the guys on the Greyhound Show.
Alex Small getting in contact with us and getting the correct answer to the Tungsten
100.
teaser.
Might require 52.
You got all 5. So let me have a thing. Wow, with double 16, this is much, much better, Mark Lawrence.
Game shot in the first
Not
leg.
sure who the last
Mark
person who was up
Lawrence.
when Mark Lawrence played, but that was much better. That's the Mark Lawrence we've seen all week. Just as we
Second
see
leg is
that
Mark McGeeney
bounce
to
out,
throw
was that the
first.
deciding factor of that leg? Could be. And these could have crossed swords in Yorkshire Super League. The Castle, captained by
60.
Peter Senior. I don't think I've ever played for a captain like such a winner like Peter. Like a bunch of mercenaries. We had Cleveland players,
60.
Durham players, Warwickshire players, Yorkshire players. Best team in the country they were. And Mark McGeeney was my teammate there, and we went to Frickley Cricket Club. And that's where I walked in first, and I was asked to go on first, and I played Messer Mark Lawrence. Of course, I won Henry.
60.
I was going to ask the question.
Premier League champion, me, you know, but I never talk about it. Never talk about it.
Must have a chat about it at some point.
Oh, I'm like Uncle Albert. But during that Premier League that year, I did beat Gerwin Price and Exeter with 110 average.
Between that spell of 2017 and 2000.
It was bitter cold. Exeter was almost like a chicken coop. It was like a chicken shed. The practice area, I played in gloves.
100.
Oven gloves.
We need some oven gloves for the house. Don't we, Charlie?
134.
What does Chef Dozer have on the menu tonight?
No, I'm going to go and get myself a sandwich. I can't be bothered cooking.
$96.
Might have a beef bourguignon, a bed of seasoned vegetables with a white wine jus.
Well, that is a hearty winter meal.
Require 87.
This could be a hearty finish for McGeeney if he can take out this 87. That's a slip into the free, so 84 left. And so treble 20. We're giving him a dart double 12. Both of those darts not really convincing there, 39. Was it? Especially that second one, which just dipped well 68. Below that treble bed.
He's been unbelievable at finishing, as Mark Lawrence. What a dart this would be.
48.
Just get the feeling, has Mark McGeeney's taken his eyes off the prize? It's job done for McGeeney.
Game show on the second leg. Mark McGeeney.
Just keep watching Mark Lawrence. Every time someone hits a double against him, just a little clap of the hand. Absolute gentleman.
Third against Mark Lawrence to throw first. Game on.
Congratulations to Mark Stapleton on Twitter, who's also got the tungsten teaser correct. Still waiting to hear Phil Bars get
Terry
the answer.
Jenkins. So I've got Kevin Painter, Colin Osborne, Terry Jenkins.
58.
I can tell you Colin Osborne is not on that list.
Ah.
60.
I'll wait for the answers now. My brain's fried. Onahina Han doing well at...
No, he wasn't in the Masters in 2013.
96.
Colin Osborne just lost to Dan Reed. As we see Mark Lawrence back in the treble bed.
85.
Much better performance here from him. McGeeney's dropped a couple of gears here.
$83.
It's a long time to be on the road for McGeeney. I think he likes being home. He's got a job to do and a massive prize on Saturday night. $5 grand to the winner. And only a fortnight away from Champions Week. How does Champions Week work then? Very similar to the Group A, B and C? Or?
Same format, but it's all based on averages. We'll talk a little bit more about it in the next leg as both players are down on a finish here. Lawrence first poke at the 60. 160, but can McGeeney take out a rip roarer of a 164? Not to be this time, and so it's going to be a straight ton for Lawrence to retake the lead at 2-1.
100. $60. Mark, you requires 64.
So 64 for Mark McGeeney for the breaker throw. So double 8 to do exactly that.
Game
And
shot on the
Darvel 8
third
is
leg.
pinned to do
Mark
exactly
McGeeney.
that. McGeeney leads 2-1.
How many chances is Mark Lawrence going to get? He'd be
Fourth leg,
thinking.
it's Mark McGeeney to throw
He's sat on
first.
top, and you
Game
think
on.
64 finish is a 50-50 finish for these dart players right now, because usually you're going to get one dart at a double. And when you hear that game shot, it hurts.
140.
So just going back to Champions Week, the way the format works is that it will be based on the averages of the winners, and it will be the top 6 will be given the allocation of
41.
Group A, and then the next 3 Group B, and then the final 3 Group C. That's how Champions Week works in this new format. Of course, previously we had 5-week competitions. It'd be the top 3 more of that, the weekly winners and the best runners up. But it's a straight, just champions only policy. The Super Series.
100.
For
the £20,000 first prize.
Absolutely wonderful. And I'll be here to commentate. Totally got my dates wrong. And it was Henry
81.
who said, no, Glenn, you hadn't it wrong. There's only 12 weeks. You are commentating finals week, sir.
100.
I've had a sneak preview of the names next week, so they'll be announced tomorrow. 1 or 2 names that raise the eyebrow. And potential winners not only of next week, will probably have the prize, eyes on the prize of the 20 grand at the end of it. And when you think of all the bits and bobs of ads on, you could be looking prize money of close to 30 grand.
45. Mark your corner, 160.
My first World Masters in Hull, 30 grand. I think you just slotted in there.
95.
Are we witnessing the chances of Mark Lawrenson qualifying?
93.
Fading.
Mark your corner, 65.
Who wants second place?
McGeeney here doing
Game
those
shot on the fourth
in
leg.
3rd and 4th for
Mark
favour.
McGeeney.
As Fitton takes on O'Shea next, and then Lipscombe takes on Tipple. But right here, right now, McGeeney's a leg
Fifth leg,
away
it's Mark Lawrence to throw first.
from victory
Game on.
against Lawrence, whose chances are just beginning to scupper somewhat. But this is some way to apply to a setback.
121.
Yes, that 1-2-1. Don't write me off just yet, Durrant.
100.
Says Mark Lawrence. Enjoyed watching him. He was my value for money bet this week.
87.
12-1 to top this group. He did give me a run for his money, but Mark McGeeney was a big favourite. And once again, the bookies were proven right.
85.
His leg is up in the offing here.
41.
That 41 opens the door of opportunity up here for McGeeney. Could do with a treble. And that's plumb for another.
96.
Maybe it wasn't quite Joanna Plumley.
Don't set me up again.
Proper tickled you, that, didn't it?
I'll be using that.
44.
I'll be using that with tomorrow night with Corin.
She's going to kill you when you say that.
Can't wait to work with it.
60. $95. Mark your record 160.
Hope she's studying the action. I've got plenty of questions for her, but 160 was the highlight early in the week. Just going to plonk that on top there for a 140.
Mark your record 130.
That's shown in diagram B.
Hail Mary.
Game
Hail
on the
Mark!
fifth leg. Mark Lawrence.
The powers of recovery for Mark Lawrence of yet another time-topping finish. And with
Sig Vickers
McGeeney,
Mark McGeeney to throw first.
sat on
Game on.
double 10 for the match. He has come up with a big moment. Could that be the moment that sparks it back into life? But have a look at this for a start for McGeeney.
140.
Let's just look at a couple of finishes from Mark Lawrence the past day and a half. 154 finish, 122, 120, 120, 127, and game. 121, 113, and 99. He's a machine.
$44.
He's back tonight, isn't he, Paul Hinks?
Yes, good luck to Charlie, who's been
83.
spotting today. He's off to Romania. 340 entries. I reckon one year we went to Romania, it was -15. We struggled to get home. I reckon it's blazing sunshine there. A lot warmer than it is here in the UK. Change of venue. Great, wonderful hotel. I think it was the Europe Cup I played there.
59. $60.
Did we write off Mark Lawrence too early? He's only 30 points. That'll be disappointing, but that won't. Good, look at the growl.
6-3.
Proper Yorkshire growl.
84.
So for McGeeney, the importance for him here will be to set up as nicely as possible with Lawrence on a 144, which the way he's been finishing over the last couple of days, you would not put it out of his remit altogether. A couple of treble 20s would leave him a dart at double 12. And so McGeeney is back for 104 for the match.
128.
What a setup
Mark, you've
that
got a
is.
104.
If you're looking at pressure, how are you feeling, Mark McGeeney? I think you've got the guys in the Players' Lounge cheering this double 16 for the match.
88. Marking requires 16.
That's the biggest slice since Hovis. And it's double 8 for Lawrence. Double
Game
4
shown
means
the
only
sick
one
flag.
thing this week in the Super
Mark
Series.
Lawrence.
And it's 3-3. 5 minutes ago, we pretty much wrote off the opportunity of Mark Lawrence
Seventh
getting
and
second
final leg,
place.
it's Mark Lawrence to throw first.
Not only has he brought it
Game
3-3,
on.
he has the dart in the last leg. He becomes favourite. Thoughts on McGeeney right now?
140.
There is going to be a natural feeling, isn't there? Now everything's done and won. The adrenaline which would have been coursing through will just disassipate a little bit.
96.
Lawrence, this is the biggest leg of his week by some considerable margin.
43.
He wins it, he moves on to 10 points, and it's in his hands pretty much because of the legs difference. Loses it. Well, well, well.
Nice message off Michael Merchant. Glenn, Mark Lawrence is one of the nicest guys you will ever meet. Michael, I don't often get a chance to go and speak to them because I don't want to ruin their preparation for this week.
100.
So I haven't had a real good chance to chat with him. This is a great game. Enjoyed every moment.
79.
It's when you think someone's got the palm of the hands.
58.
This is the seesaw match of all seesaws. I can tell you the guys in the Players' Lounge will be cheering a McGeeney victory and they'll enjoy that second dart.
100. Mark, you've got 106.
Whose position would you want to be in right now, Henry?
You'd like to be the man at the hockey. And I say that because you wouldn't have put it out of his remit at all.
Yeah.
But McGeeney now,
100.
should worst case scenario, get a dart at the
86.
bull for the match, for the win, to throw the cat amongst the pigeons once again. And so another single leaves the bull for the match. for the win.
61.
When Mark Lawrence
Mark,
walked
it
to the
requires
stage with Mark
60.
McGeeney, if you offered him 2 darted tops for the match, he would have snapped your hands off against the table topper. Mark
Game
Lawrence,
shot
take
of
a
the
bow.
match.
That was a
Mark
wonderful game, that
Lawrence.
everything. Look at the reaction from him. He knows exactly what that means. It's advantage Lawrence for that second place. Could we be seeing them 2 players you've just watched in the final on Saturday night? There's the tail of the tape. Absolutely fantastic on the outer ring once again. Another wonderful 1-1-3 finish for Mark Lawrence. Deserves all the credit in the world. Kudos, Mark Lawrence. Darryl Fitton, it's over to you to see what you can do against your wonderful friend, Mr. and Mr. It's Tony O'Shea.
Right then, 5 more matches remaining in Group C. Good pals Darryl Fitton and Tony Shea up next. Silverback, of course, with a superb victory over Adam Lipscomb last time out. A couple of superb 14-dart legs in there and an 86 average. Can he play the role of the spoiler once again in this one against Darryl Fitton, whose performances have been a bit up and down today? But will the Dazzler be the one to make his move in the race for second place? To talk you through, Glenn Durrant and Henry Deacon.
Thank you so much once again, Abby. Yeah, how many times have these two played each other? It's Tony O'Shea who's got the better of him on the sort of televised matches. On the exhibition circuit, local league, it must be hundreds of times practicing together, best friends. And how important is this game? Well, it's more important for that man in your picture right now, Darryl Fitton. You probably thought at one point there that Mark Lawrence wasn't going to get over the line, and McGeeney and O'Shea been doing the job as spoilers. But Mark Lawrence just saw his reaction at that win there. He knew the importance of that. And he takes that game for Mark Lawrence, and Tony O'Shea will be absolutely massive. So O'Shea plays a huge role in the outcome of who comes second today.
And we do enter the territory of there is nothing about these two players' games that they will not know about each other. There's going to be definitely no secrets on this stage.
93.
It's going to be the devil you know more than the devil you don't. new Mr. and Mr. of the Super
81.
Series.
Yes, I enjoyed that feature. Yeah, characters. I'm spending a lot of time with them this year in Germany. They're just big characters. The stories. Sit and listen to Tony O'Shea all day.
137.
Have I met anyone nicer in darts? I don't think I have, actually.
39.
Apologies if I told the story this week, but I never left Middlesbrough as a dart player. I was recognised as one of the top players, I guess, in the country, but just refused to travel, and then Tony O'Shea come down for an exhibition, and so I've got some good news for you, Glenn. You're getting picked for England.
60.
So it's time to start travelling, doing the circuit, because you can do it. And most interviews I did for a while after that, I thank Tony for them words. He's writing a book.
59.
If there's ever a book I'm going to read in darts, it would be for him. I think he's a few hundred pages into it already. He hasn't thrown a dart in it yet, so he had a interesting childhood as well.
41.
Well worth a read.
50 Shades of O'Shea.
Hey O'Shea.
140. Darryl, you require 170.
Fish for Fitton. He doesn't have to take it this time with O'Shea 182, but he scared it earlier, didn't he?
Yeah,
90.
Now with Mission Darts, the darts he's using there, he started using about October. He said they feel absolutely great, Glenn. Just sometimes your body's sorted rather than anything else.
140.
As you can see, he's had a new hip. One of the toughest match players I ever come across. Double 10. It was a good mark of the first one in the sense that he still had the full bed to aim at. It's advantage Fitton early in this game.
Second against
Tony. It hasn't been a bad week, has it, for sportsmen with hip replacements, has it? Think about Addy Murray last night. Nearly 6 hours
180.
it took for him to win, and that is a opening max of the match for Tony O'Shea, who suddenly is putting out some ginormous numbers.
78.
Now, can you, Tony, provide us with something scintillating, something brilliant? Maybe not this time.
60.
Some big hitters in the last 32 already. John Henderson, Yellow Class, and James Hurrell. Chaz Barstow, he was disappointing at Q School, wasn't he? He was a name I had. There was a little phase of 6 months where he was just banging 110 averages in for fun.
57.
A 94 average for O'Shea at the moment. But it's 1-0 to Fitton. In the way that stands up, he'll go at the 17s.
93.
I did mean 18s.
Don't worry. It's been a long week.
This is the exciting part for me. Getting to the climax of the week.
39.
I've got my shirt ready for tomorrow night.
Jacket and t-shirt. My good self. Got to go with a trendy look.
I'm just wondering what seat to sit in tomorrow with Corrin coming here.
Do feel free to have a packet of my crisps. Chris Murphy absolutely loves them.
133. Now you record 170.
I feel likes his crisps. Edgar. One like that for the big fish.
40. Tony required 32. Game shot in the second leg.
Somehow squeeze
Tony
that in.
O'Shea.
Is it just a little too late for Tony? He's playing his best dart. When it's all over for him.
So like it's Darryl to throw
Camaraderie,
first.
the fun, the chats continue between the two great friends.
And I suppose the weight of pressure's off now, and so O'Shea can just relax the arm. And sometimes when you haven't got that tension in your body,
77.
it can just flow, it can just go, and you just find your throw. You just find something which you just think to the back of your mind and say, why didn't I find this earlier? It was kind of the story of Group A for O'Shea, where the first couple of days it was there in fits and sparks, but he couldn't quite piece the jigsaw together. And then when he came into day 3, he played his best day of the group. So he's playing his best stuff towards the conclusion of these groups, but it's just finding it at the start, which has kind of been the difficulty. And that's how we're going to sum up the O'Shea story this time round at the Super Series.
Yeah, if anything, it was all his body was letting him down more than anything.
$96.
Look at them stems. If they're the darts that he's used all over the years. I remember him losing. I remember going to a Scottish Open where Tony had actually lost his darts, and he started using different ones. But I'm pretty sure they're a variation of his dart that he's had pretty much from day one. You might come and correct me to say I stopped using them years ago, Glenn. Get with it.
96.
Yes, in my darting career, I've used a Tony O'Shea dart and a Darryl Fitton dart.
97. Darryl Fitton, 92.
And I'll give you £500 if you can tell me the old school dart player, which my first dart was. Very old school.
Alan Evans?
Oh.
I've already got it, ain't I?
No, Alan Glazier. You know, the ton machine.
Oh, no.
When you said Alan there.
52.
The ton machine.
O'Shea could do a bit more than a ton here, with Fitton on tops for a 2-1 lead.
85. Darryl
Put him halfway
40.
to 10. Ideally, Fitton needs to win this game big, because he's on -4. Lawrence is on +4.
Game shot on the third leg.
Ideally, he could do with this being 1-4-1.
Yeah, Fitton did. He beat Lawrence early doors. He did his job there.
Tony to throw first.
But that comeback against McGeeney really is in the hands of Mark Lawrence now. It was up against Tony O'Shea. And what's going to be a really, really important game if Darryl Fitton wins this match. And at this moment, it's a big if. Not a great deal difference apart from the scoreline of 2-1.
51. $66. $51.
Off air. It's Scotty Mitchell to win the challenge too today.
27.
But he's just lost from he was leading 4-3 and he's lost to Daniel Ayres.
Predictions, Glenn, predictions.
I'm going to stop. I get messages, stop predicting me.
100.
It's a tough school. Conan Whitehead's going really well. I think I've got my new favourite name there, Jeremy van der Winkel.
100.
Said Winkel. Darryl Fitton, who used to live in Holland, speaks good Dutch.
$118.
What a last start that is. 80 ahead. That's the perfect hour for Tony.
83. 91.
Darryl's last darts have been absolutely fantastic in this game. Real saviours. Leaves him a 2-darter.
92. Now we require 90.
For O'Shea, who looks as relaxed as he's been all week. He knows he's got 2 games to go. Not a way I would have gone, but he got away with that. That's actually a good mark of that bull.
Game
What?
shot on the fourth.
And I don't think you can get any more in the middle
Darryl
than that
Fitton.
dart. But that first dart, he clearly went for the bullseye. Got lucky that it hit the 20. And can you go in the centre of the bull any better
Darryl to
than
throw
that,
first.
Darryl Fitton?
Game
3-1.
on.
The middle of the diddle solve the riddle. And Fitton is a leg away.
$85.
Put him on to 10 points. It would put him well in contention. If it was Lipscombe out to bat
40.
against Tipple, needing realistically to win.
55.
Steady from O'Shea. Power scoring. And this man, usually when that first dart goes there, the other one, it's a little 5.
125.
Great darts and Fitton. So we've got the abacus out here.
40.
This is looking very possible. And it's going to go down to legs difference. It's Adam Lipscomb who's up next against Vince Tipple.
41.
And there was a moment today I thought Vince Tipple was going to do something absolutely madness. And speaking of madness, Darryl Fitton's taking full control of this game.
76.
It looks as if he's going to get one step closer, does the man who walks on to one step beyond. It's going to lead to an interesting fight to the finish.
85.
Lawrence takes on O'Shea in the final round of fixtures before McGeeney takes on Tipple. And then it could come down to the final game between Lipscomb and Fitton, depending on what happens from here on in. And so Fitton then, 110 to seal a 4-1 win. Just underneath, they will move across for treble 18 because he's got the luxury of time because of the fact that O'Shea is not on a finish.
Just assessing the situation.
39.
I think he made the wrong decision there because of the potential of kissing at that dart. He was just thinking of a 2-dart combination.
42. Now he requires 71.
Or treble 13 or treble 17. This is a finish we like. Because that leaves his beloved double 16. And anything you can do, Mark Lawrence, I can do better. And how important will that 4-1 victory when it comes to legs difference? It's all to play for here at the MODUS Super Series. It's Adam Lipscomb up next. Fitton's done his job. Mark Lawrence has done his job. It's over to you now, Adam. Back straight after the break.
So then, Vince Tipple against Adam Lipscomb is next up. Vince has, of course, won all 3 of his games so far today, having not picked up any points on his first day here in Portsmouth. He's given a very good account of himself today and could play a huge role in who goes through to finals night alongside Mark McGeeney. It's currently advantage Lawrence and Fitton, who've both done their jobs. How can Lipscomb respond here to losing 2 of his last 3 games? What do you think, fellows? Back over to you.
Yeah, once again, very interesting. As usually the response to your introduction there for Adam Lipscomb, it's simple. A nice 4-0 victory would be nice. That will take him level with Mark Lawrence. And if I've got my sums right, that'll put him very close to being exactly the same on legs difference. The player of the day, maybe the guy in your picture. Played 5, lost 5 yesterday. Totally different scenario today. With a played 3, won 3. What a difference a day makes.
24 little hours.
Okay, first leg, it's Vince to throw first.
Today it's felt
on.
like the sun and the flowers. As for Lipscomb, he's now running a little bit more on a tightrope now.
82.
He knows the margin for error is pretty much
96.
non-existent. He plays Fitton in his final match.
You would think it's still in the hands of Mark Lawrence, wouldn't you? With Tony O'Shea will have something to say. It's his last game, and maybe
85.
he'll get his second wind. Play that role as the spoiler.
85.
Of course, you want to have your interaction as well on social media. Tweet us at MSS Darts. We'll have
83.
the answer to the tungsten teaser to come. And the question is this: which 5 players as Lipscomb goes to the first max of the match?
23.
Which 5 players who played in the first ever PDC Masters in 2013 has played at the Super Series in 2022/2023? Tweet us
81.
at MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram with your answer.
99. Vince require 170.
The fish for Tipple. Looking to have a little bit of a dabble in the Super Series lake.
60. Adam require 98.
Lipscomb 98 to break in this opening leg.
$78. Vince
Sensible
require
last dart.
110.
It's a wry smile, but that's actually the right dart. Go big. He might stay there, but treble 18 is usual, the shot. For double 18.
74.
And any thoughts
I mean,
of
required
4-0 was
20.
nearly evaporated in the first leg.
Game shot in the
What
first
a dart
leg.
that
Adam
is.
Lipscomb.
He won't know that 4-0 is exactly what he needs right now. I'm sure he's just focusing on the 2 points.
Second leg is Adam to throw
But
first.
it would make this competition
Game on.
very, very interesting if that was the result. We don't often get 4-0s in the MODUS Super Series. It's so competitive.
60.
There's not an awful lot between all these players. But like I said, it would make it very interesting.
And make what is already a tight race
60.
for second place even more congested.
96.
Whoever doesn't qualify, Henry, would be thinking missed opportunity.
Agreed.
This man in your picture will be thinking, why didn't I just play like this yesterday?
41.
There was a couple of players who just scraped a couple of wins, Mark McGeeney being one of them. Sort of cemented
100.
the opportunity to kick on from the next day, and that's all that was missing yesterday for Vince. Just getting over the line, even 2 or 4 points, just to give him something for today. But I think he'll be happy.
41.
And he'll be saying to the organisers of the MODUS Super Series, give me another chance.
95.
So Lipscombe first to finish on the 150 after 12 to open up a 2-0 lead.
99. Adam, you've got 150.
And he's going to have the luxury of time here with Tipple back on 260.
42.
But he's not really made too many inroads there, has he? Leaving 108. And so Tipple here can apply some considerable pressure at this particular juncture.
40. Adam, you require 108.
Many different ways to go for the 108. We decided the Shanghai on the 18s by the looks of it.
40.
Should be leaving at least a 2-darter at that point. He has, but 68's a toughie. Another one of them will make it interesting. A massive favourite now, Adam, for this match.
100. Adam, you require 68.
Perfect dart. Good marker.
64. Then you require 120.
Shanghai. Up the ladder he goes. Tops.
Game
And he's climbed the ladder all the way up towards the top rung. Tops of Tipple, and it's one of
So
these.
it's Vince to throw first. Game on. $100. 60.
You have to be impressed with Tipple today. He could have easily sulked his way through after yesterday. He was coming determined. He was a man who said, I really appreciate the opportunity. Doing good things on the seniors tour. You know, he's really looking forward to the qualifiers on the 29th.
100.
You know, must really seen him play the darts we thought we'd see yesterday. He's back in the groove again.
Well, it was a smelly first day, wasn't it, for Tipple? But he's got a bit of a...
100.
He's got his second wind.
140.
Super dart from Lipscombe.
$59.
Chance 6 darts for Lipscombe. That's the fine opener. Sometimes you just
95.
slide into
Finch
that
record
treble next to it.
142.
That leaves 82. Bull or treble 14. The reason he stayed there because he just felt that that was the perfect opportunity. But what a setup there is.
106.
And Adam was a favourite for this leg. Looking a big second favourite now. That leaves 68.
54. Finch required 32.
Have to fancy this the way Tipple's playing. And what a story this could be. That is the longest stem from yesterday for sure.
16.
The only problem
Adam,
with
you
that
require
bulbous
52.
barrel is I can bounce off each other and move out. Here's your chance, Adam. Good marker again.
Game shot
What
the third
a dart
leg.
that is. We'll see the
Adam
fist pump.
Lipscombe.
That's how much it means to these players. He's desperate to be here tomorrow night. And he's given himself the opportunities
It's Adam
required.
to throw first. Game on.
He's standing himself in good enough stead. But it was here against O'Shea at around about this position where he
81.
had the throw to put himself in a real commanding spot where the problems began to arise. It was the beginning of his demise.
100.
We're getting to the conclusion now of Challenge Tour. John Henderson 4-0 up against Yellow Classen in the last 32.
85.
Did you commentate in that Cam Crabtree game?
No, I believe that was Chris Mason who did that one.
What a first game that
81.
was. 115?
0.62, the joint venue record alongside Conor Heenahan.
125.
Good darts from Lipscomb. 100 ahead.
$81.
Just about to wax lyrical about Tipple there before that big one.
70.
You really should see the 90.
85. Enemy record 140.
Technically looks very good, does Tipple. And a nice treble 20 here.
100.
Absolutely
record
perfect.
154.
And his reaction means he knows exactly what's going on. And it's fingers and toes time as we try and work out who needs what going into the last games of the day.
60. Enemy require 40.
He's had these opportunities before, messed around his tops, 10s and 5s.
No score.
And that trend continues.
Vince
So
required
Tipple 94
94.
to bring us back to 2 apiece, and then it creates a little bit more tension. It will crank up the nerves for Lipscomb. 90 left. Treble 18.
36, yeah.
Which means 1 dart at that particular double.
58.
And he wasn't too far
And
away.
he
He was a
required
whisker
40.
wide. And so Lipscomb for tops. And now double 10.
Game
for 3-1.
4 flag.
Big lead
Adam
incoming.
Lipscomb.
Big leg incoming. Tipple had a dart for 2-2. That came and went. Lipscomb's taken full
Vince
advantage.
to throw first. Game on.
Lipscomb can win this. In this leg, moves on to 10 points plus 3. We then have a grandstand finish on our hands for that second spot. You'd have Lawrence, 10 points plus
59.
4. Fitton, 10 points minus 1. You'd have Lipscomb, 10 points plus 3.
And look at that last
100.
game of the day. Who thought we were going to be coming down to the final game? Unless Mark Lawrence can win 4-0 against O'Shea, we are left with an absolute cracker.
140.
We'll be having a Jacobs.
96.
My wife would laugh at that. The story behind that.
$66.
Like to score 66. Reminds me of John Gwynn every time I see that score. He'd whisper in your ear when we're working in
100.
Scotland together. He'd say, Glenn, score 66 for me. What happened in 66, he would shout.
Only John could get away with that.
He always made me score 67 the
100.
next time round because Scotland beat England in 67, so they were back on our side again. Absolute. Oh, I miss him.
45. Vinci record 136.
I absolutely miss him. One bit of advice to give me, but let's see this 136 first of all. Just make things a little bit easy for Mark
96.
Lawrence.
Enemy require
If Vince Tipple does
160.
take out that tops, if Adam misses this 160. Treble would be nice.
100.
Treble that will be.
Vinci require 40.
This is all coming down to
Game
darts
shot the
here and
fifth
there,
leg.
and Vince Tipple.
Vince Tipple.
How much of an effect is he going to have on this league table? It's pretty irrelevant next game against
Six
Mark
seconds Adam to
McGeeney.
throw first.
The two
Game
games
on.
before and after are absolutely huge. Are we going to look back on that leg of darts? How many times has his first dart been in the 5 when he has the
44.
darts?
Biggest leg of Lipscomb's week. There's no doubt about that now. Has to, you think, get it done on this turn, on this leg.
100.
Doesn't want to go down to the jeopardy of a final leg where he has to break the throw. He wants to get it done now. Get it done now.
80.
Get it won now. But it's becoming a bit of a, or seemingly looking to become a bit of an uphill task now for Adam Lipscomb. Just becoming a bit of a struggle now.
83.
I wonder if he's thinking about the situation. He's sliding that treble.
135.
What a return there is. 60, 70 ahead. This guy is just a different man from yesterday. His throw is technically sound.
180.
Whatever's happened between yesterday and today, whatever has been changed,
38.
don't change it.
Vinci require 138.
I think it's a combination of what you said, Henry, of him getting used to the surroundings and a subtle change. That flight really suits the balance of what and he's confident he's winning now. So he's
60.
confident. You've got the feel for Adam Lipscomb right now, but it is making Mark Lawrence a massive favourite now
60.
to finish second in this group.
Vinci requires 78.
To send us the distance. To the final furlong of this match. Oh, he's missed a big number.
38.
Not the first time
Enemy
we've said that this
144.
week. Oh dear.
Correct.
86, treble 18.
112.
Oh, that's a setup.
Vinci
No, last
requires
time he
40.
hit this with a plum. Right in the middle.
Game
And I
shown the
think that is
sixth leg.
exactly the same
Vince
spot.
Tipple.
And the reaction from Adam Lipscomb tells you all you need to know.
So this is the biggest leg by
Seventh
far
and
of his
final
week.
leg
It's a
is
seventh and
Vince to
deciding
throw
leg.
first. Game
Has to win it.
on.
That last leg he started off with 44. Will he look back at that? This man looks on fire.
100.
And he would have to, and he has to win this leg, otherwise he's out, because if he loses he'd be on -1 on 8 points, even if he
43.
beat Darryl Fitton and then Mark Lawrence lost to Tony O'Shea even by 4-0. It's just going to be difficult for him.
$100.
Doesn't look like winning now. He only looks like one winner. It would be 4 from 4 for Vince Tipple.
140.
Now write him off too early.
If Lawrence loses that next game to Tony O'Shea, we will await the outcome of the final match between Fitton and Lipscomb.
99.
All the MODUS Super Series names. Conor Heenahan, Gordon Whitehead, Chaz Barstow, Dan Reed, Chris Landman,
30.
James Hurrell. They're all flying high in the Challenge 2 today. But it's all eyes on Adam Lipscomb right now. And a couple of times this week he's just come short at the wrong moment.
60.
And a 3-1 up today. We're beginning to sort of look at numbers. And the
94.
big winner for
Vinci
every leg that Vince
142.
Tipple's winning here is Mark Lawrence.
scored. 60.
Very simple. 140 required.
44. Vinci require 82.
And Tipple here, 82 for the match for a 4-3 win. It put him on to 8 points. Level on points of Lipscomb. Sure many would have thought that at the start of the day.
8.
Oh dear.
Adam require 150.
But that slip there means it's only 74. He may not come back for it. Well, that would have been some unbelievable way to have got the job done. It's not going to happen for Lipscomb this time, and so Tipple 74
Vinci
to
require
claim the win.
74.
And the man who was 0-5 yesterday could be going 4-0 today if he can convert tops.
54. Adam requires 70.
This are the moments that you practice hours on end. That is not the... But what a dart that is. He composes himself for double six. What a
Game shot
finish
on the match.
that is. What
Adam
a game
Lipscombe.
that was. I thoroughly enjoyed every moment of that. A massive smile on the face of Vince Tipple there, who's been absolutely fantastic. But I thought it was a big spoiler alert, and he was going to put pay to Adam Lipscombe's chances. It's still all to play for. Forget the numbers. Very competitive game. It was all about that 120 finish from Tipple, and then it all come down to that double six at the end. Mark Lawrence sunk in his chair, I'm sure, as that double six went in. Sit back. 3 games to go. Still all to play for. Next up, what a massive game for second place. Tony O'Shea, are you going to be the spoiler against Mark Lawrence, currently in pole position for that second spot? We'll join you right after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have just seen Adam Lipscombe come through a totally gripping and absorbing encounter to keep the race for a final spot alive. We can have a look at the Group C table, and it all comes down to the last round of fixtures. Very interesting race to the finish line here. As you can see, Mark McGeeney is already through, but the 3 players all on 10 points still... the 2 players on in second and third look very, very like they could go on and do this. Darryl Fitton, because of his leg difference, it's not looking like he's going to be able to do it. If Mark Lawrence wins by 4-2 or better, he will be through before that final game of this afternoon session. He was the 4-2 winner yesterday in this one, in fact, kicking off with one of his many ton-plus finishes in that one. Oh, what he would give for the same scoreline in this one to secure his place at finals night. He needs to win by 4-2 or better, but Tony O'Shea, of course, he doesn't have a chance of qualifying, but he has saved some of his best starts till last. He's played some of his superb darts in the last 2 games that he has played. Will he be able to be the spoiler once again in this one, or can Mark Lawrence book his place at finals night? Let's find out and hand to our commentary team.
Thank you so much once again, Abby. Perfectly put. That man in your picture there can still play a massive role in this game. But do you see the grimace? He's having his own physical problems up there right now, probable mental problems on what's been a very difficult week. For this man, it's very, very simple. Win your game. Win it handsomely.
Okay, first leg, it's Tony to throw first.
And there's not an awful lot
Game
that people can
on.
respond to. How do you think this is going to go?
100.
Well, for Tony, he knows the scenario now. He's not going to be playing again this week, so it's a case of emptying whatever reserves he's got left.
100.
Don't leave anything left in the tank, Tony.
So if Mark Lawrence wins 4-3 here, he's still on. He goes to plus 5,
100.
meaning Fitton can't get to plus 5, and Adam Lipscomb only can if he wins 4-0. against Darryl Fitton.
83.
And then we'll be looking at legs difference, and
2 legs is enough for Lawrence, isn't it? Or 4-2 is enough, should I say?
140.
oh, she has got plenty to say first.
58.
All I
Tony
would say to Mark Lawrence is
161.
there was one game today where everything was wrong about you. Not your darts, because your finishing and your
83.
scoring has been unbelievable. Just don't show Tony too much of how you're feeling.
100.
Keep it
Tony
in
Roberts,
check.
78.
That is the key in this particular moment. 75 left, so 25 and ball, or time to go treble 17.
22. Mark, you require 160.
Surely not. And why did I say surely not? Finishes of incredible finish of over
66.
100 the past
Tony
2 days.
require 56.
Every time he leaves a finish like that, you think it's going to go. Just Tony can't hit a big number right now. I can hear the sighs next door.
36.
Mark Lawrence was
require
never
94.
in this leg. Is he going to go for the bull, or is he going to be aggressive? At least 76. He's gone for the double-double.
38.
I'd have gone the old-fashioned route myself.
Tony
and
required
just
20.
give yourself a shot at the bull for O'Shea. What a
Game
dart
shot
that
the
is.
first leg.
As I hear the
Tony
cheer
O'Shea.
in the players' lounge. All in good fun. Any for
Second
your
leg, it's Mark
thoughts,
to throw
Mark
first.
Lawrence?
$100.
Just do your job. That's got to be the thought process. Then
60.
anything else that happens after that happens without him having any control of that. Just do your job.
100.
Then the rest will take care of itself, as it invariably always does.
43.
Yours was such bigger, such determination, such
60.
power. The type of player, you're just going to get a B game off him every time, aren't you? You're not often going to get an A plus from.
123.
You can often see 110 average from Lawrence. Not often he's going to dip under 80. Just seems to be so consistent around that
97.
mark, and he says, well, if you can beat that average, go and do it. I see the bullseye on the last dart. No need. Fill it up, Tony.
190.
Julie obliges.
144.
Every time he wants that finish,
87.
we sit up from our chair.
Tony required 95.
The bullseye or treble 19 for double 19. What
Game
a
show on the
combination
second leg.
finish. And
Tony
just when you
O'Shea.
think this Group C, you've seen everything. Up pops Tony O'Shea, who's had a disastrous week.
Third leg, it's Tony to throw first.
Pings a 2-dart
Game on.
combination like that, and possibly the highest finish of the week for Tony. And he's straight back in the treble 20 bed.
100.
Well, it was a 14 darter at 2 halves because a couple of low scores and a 1-2-3 max 95 bosh
60.
bosh. Now he's in command. And suddenly some eyes will be lurking over at the screen in the practice room as to
121.
what's going on here.
He's thrown like a dream, isn't he?
58.
Silky smooth throw of O'Shea against the ungamely like Mark Lawrence. Lawrence was a big favourite. What does this do to the, what
48.
does this do to the last game of the day? That's what I've just realised. I didn't even have that as a
60.
scenario of Lawrence losing this game. Well, quite simply, if Lawrence loses, it's a straight shootout between Lipscombe and Fitton.
140. $96. Tony required 92.
Right, A-level statistics coming in use there.
60.
That was dangerous last start. That was a bit of confidence, that, Henry.
Precarious. Now O'Shea open up a 3-0
83.
lead now.
Tony required
You'd
32.
be hard pressed to think that this would have been a scenario at the start of this, or when you looked at the form guides of today.
60. Mark, you require 144.
And for once, Lawrence needs one of these big finishes. And he cannot find one from the well. And so O'Shea,
44.
double eight,
Tony requires
for a
60.
3-0 lead. Double four. Twos, now it's getting a little bit scrappy.
14. Mark, you require
Oh,
100.
Lawrence back for a turn. 80 left. The way that first start was, he had to go top tops.
60.
And so O'Shea's in the
Tony
madhouse.
required 2.
He's had opportunity after opportunity. You sense he has to take this one. One left in hand.
No
Doesn't
score.
go. And so
Mark,
Lawrence
you
has been
require
given
40.
reprieve after reprieve. And now he gets his go at tops. And double 10. This is
35.
crazy.
Just when I thought I saw everything
Tony
this week,
required 2.
this leg of dart happens.
No
Oh,
score.
dear me. What
Mark,
am
you
I
require
watching
5.
here? Both of them are sprinting to the hockey.
Game shot in the third leg.
Absolutely
Mark
insane.
Lawrence.
Incredible. Tension. And that's just in the commentary room.
Fourth leg, it's Mark to throw first.
Madness.
Game on.
Madness. They call it madness.
85.
I'm not even looking at what the scenarios are. Let's just see who wins this game now.
63.
We're still trying to unboggle our minds from the last leg.
137.
The last
26.
16. What the challenge to is the who's who of the MODUS Super Series.
55.
Yeah, having a look at that. Yeah, Wayne Morgan, John Henderson, James Howell, Chris Lamond, Stefan Belmont, Barry Van Peer, Jeremy Van der
59.
Winkel, Chaz Barto, Cam Crabtree, and Lucas Venig. The victors already in the top 32.
58.
Tony O'Shea has gone to sleep. It was odds-on favourite for a 3-0 lead.
96.
And in a blink of an eye, Mark Lawrence is a heavy, heavy favourite for 2-2.
100.
66 then is what Lawrence will want upon his return, but how much pressure can O'Shea apply to it?
100.
Solitary Ton leaves him on a
Mark
finish, but
Lawrence,
it's going to be a
66.
big one on 157, and so Lawrence 66, he's going to give himself a dart at tops, a
Game shot on the
2-2.
fourth leg.
And
Mark
Tony
Lawrence.
O'Shea had a multitude of doubles for 3-0. He couldn't take advantage of them. And Lawrence...
Tony to throw first.
Well, you can't say he's come charging back because he had to wait for those opportunities in the leg before, but he's managed to find a way back to 2-2.
140.
But O'Shea has clicked back into gear. The ignition has been switched back on.
If Mark Lawrence wins the next 2
100.
legs, Mark Lawrence will be here on Saturday night.
$60.
Look at the way that throwing arm is drooping as he... Can you see that there?
134.
Only one winner for me right now.
$140.
Stunning dart. The man's struggling. Just look at that right arm. He can barely lift it as he walks back. He's given absolutely everything for the cause.
180.
Mark Lawrence
161.
deserves some respect for this type of response. Yes, he got lucky with the finish, but a 161 here from O'Shea.
115.
From
Mark McGuire,
absolutely
87.
nowhere.
Well, that would have been a real body blow for Mark Lawrence. And so he's going to get his chance at the bull.
39.
And he misses his chance
Tony
at
McGuire,
the bull.
46.
And so O'Shea, 46. Double 16 for 3-2. Inside 15.
14.
And how many times has he had
Mark
darts
McGuire,
on the wire at the
48.
doubles? And so Lawrence returns to 48 to incredibly go 3-2 up. When O'Shea had those
Games
darts
on
of
the
3-0,
fifth leg.
this was an
Mark Lawrence.
unthinkable scenario. Well, sometimes you have to see it to believe it. And you better believe Mark Lawrence has a 3-2 lead.
So let's number crunch. A 4-2 victory for Mark Lawrence here puts him on +6. Adam Lipscomb is on
100.
+1. A 4-0 victory puts him on +5, meaning the scenario is simple. If Mark Lawrence wins this leg of darts,
30.
Mark Lawrence is in the final Saturday night.
And McGeeney against Tipple and Lipscombe against Fitton will just be to dot the I's and cross the T's.
60.
Was missed dart by O'Shea in leg 3. Will only be hurting Tony, but Darryl Fitton and Adam Lipscombe also.
100.
He's thinking.
68.
Snatchy, but the last one just pings in somehow. Playing a lot of his local league. He's suffering. I'm feeling the pain for him.
77.
Surely Mark is seeing that Tony's struggling.
58.
If someone says to you in your ear, just relax, I tell you what you do, you tighten up even more.
The opposite complex.
100.
So Lawrence now 6 darts on 215 to seal a 4-2 success. It would be enough
44.
to see him through to finals night on his Super Series bow. And we would be seeing O'Shea bowing out at this particular stage if that's the case.
60.
3 perfectly thrown darts. And you hear 60. Soul destroying. What a setup
131.
that is.
It's
Is
only
that the moment, Henry?
134.
It could be, unless O'Shea had something big in his arsenal. Not to be this time.
58.
And so Lawrence tops to
require
go
40.
through and join Mark McGeeney and Johnny Haynes in the final. Double 10.
30.
Not to be this
Tony
time.
requires
And so O'Shea's going to have
76.
another chance. This is to send us to leg 7. He's going to get 2 darts at double 8. 1 left. That's a good marker.
60.
But another 2 well-thrown darts come and
Mark
go for
required
O'Shea.
10.
Those darts are magnetised
Game
to
shot
the
on
wire.
match.
But it's Mark Lawrence
Mark
we'll see on
Lawrence.
Saturday night. This Group C has seen absolutely everything. That game saw absolutely everything. A 2-0 up. Tony O'Shea was cruising. He was a couple of hundred ahead and then went missed double after missed double. Then there was further missed doubles. 2 from 20 is the tail of the tape for Tony O'Shea there. But kudos to Mark Lawrence. He was 12-1 to get through to top the group. He was the value for money bet for the commentary box here, and we will see him on Saturday night. How will he do? Cross the dots. Because up next is Matt McGeeney, Vince Tipple.
Well, we questioned whether Tony O'Shea could be the spoiler in Group C yet again in our last match. He raced into a 2-0 lead there, didn't he? But from there on, missed doubles cost him, as they have done all week long. Mark Lawrence took his opportunities and is through to finals night. He cannot be caught. He, of course, joins Mark McGeeney, who's next up against Vince Tipple. Nothing riding on this one, with the Gladiator already through, and Vince, despite winning 3 of his 4 games today, unable to qualify. Let's get into this one then and hand back over to Duzzer and Deacon.
Thank you, Abby. So then, we now can dot the I's and cross the T's in this particular group. And we know that Mark McGeeney is the table topper. He's going to be into tomorrow night's final. And I wonder how they're going to price him up for it. Up against him, Vince Tipple, who... well, it's been a tale of 2 days, hasn't it, really? 0 from 5 on day 1, and then fantastic day 2. Lost that in his previous game against Adam Lipscombe.
To throw first. Game on.
But won his 3 games prior. McGeeney then with the darts in game 14 of 15 here. And for McGeeney, is about getting himself in
100.
As good a place as possible ahead of tomorrow night's finale, which you can watch live with us here on Sporty Stuff TV. That is 10 o'clock tomorrow evening. And of course on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And of course we're back tonight from 10.
24.
That is all up in the off in Group B.
I think for Mark McGeeney, he just wants to get this game over and done with. I think for Vince Tipple, he'll be trying. For Mark, he knows he's done his job. Now it's just about being super professional, seeing out the game, and then getting plenty of rest for tomorrow night.
85.
Been a bit of a grueler of a group, isn't it? I mean,
70.
when you've got all these legends, you know, they're not sprinting across the hockey when you get to over 50-year-old, but at times it's just felt a real slog, hasn't it? And survival of the fittest, and it's McGeeney and Lawrence, the two guys who play in Yorkshire Super League. Okay, and victors. But it's McGeeney, I think, who'll go to Saturday night feeling the best. For Mark Lawrence, if he watches back on his games,
41
elements that was absolutely outstanding. If I would say anything to him, I would just sort of say, don't give your opponent too much, because he's the type of player, like many of us are, where very, very easy to read. But what a weapon in his armour he has with these massive finishes, and you know, and some meaty 180s as well. It's been enjoy watching him.
And McGeeney first to finish in this leg, leaving 134 after 15. Yes. No.
94.
Leaves himself on tops.
$43. Market required 40.
And so tops for McGeeney for the opening leg. Double 15.
10.
Doesn't go.
Vinci required 145.
And so Tipple 145.
$57. Market required 30.
McGeeney's a type of player who'll go straight for any double. I think we've seen people go 14 double 8 in this scenario, but you don't often see Mark deviate too much. He has to move right across the hockey, which has widened the bed.
No score.
That made that dart very
Vinci
difficult.
required 88.
And from nowhere, the 21 darts, he's going to get a dart arguably at the bull. Haven't seen this hit many times this week.
57.
Once again, that trend
30.
continues.
Game shot in the first
McGeeney
leg.
gets over the line in the opening leg. Not exactly a classic opener, but nonetheless, legs in his
Second
leisure.
Vince to throw first. Game on. $60.
What do you make of McGeeney's chances going into
45.
tomorrow night?
Very highly, actually. I think all of a sudden now it's a knockout. My concern for Mark this week has always been that it felt a long way away the Saturday. You know, on Monday and Tuesday he was just not at the races, and something clicked with his throw, his balance, his desire, his concentration, his focus. And then yesterday we saw the real best of Mark McGeeney. He did what he needed to today. I feel like he's gone back in his shell a little bit now. I think he would just love to get back to the hotel and, you know, just get this game over and done with.
55.
And he could be and what a way to bounce back from Q School that would be. What a nice story it would be that he come back and, you know, got himself in Champions Week. So he's got every chance.
Be a great addition as well.
85.
Better off in the chance to play for a further 20. For Tipple, it's been a good experience
60.
for him. I'm sure he's learnt lots from it. Seen today exactly why we are seeing him here and why he's having success on the World Seniors Dart Circuit.
66.
So looking at Johnny Haynes, Mark McGeeney, Mark Lawrence, arguably Linwood and Duff are looking good. And for me, it's 1 from 3 after that. I'm still going to stick my neck out and say Terry Jenkins.
26.
The Raging Bull. Are we going to see him here tomorrow night? So tomorrow night, we'll tell you who's playing next week. You might want to watch tomorrow from 10.
135.
Andy Jenkins going well today.
26. Mark, requires 70.
2-0.
He'll stay there. But he hasn't been great on toss. He's been going low.
Game shown the
That time
second
he's got the
leg.
weight management
Mark
absolutely
McGeeney.
perfect. And in this game, that I don't like the term dead rubber,
Feel
but
like it's Mark to
you
throw
just
first.
feel
Game on.
both of them just want to sort of see this out. It's Mark McGeeney that's taken a 2-0 lead. Well, that's the perfect dart for him.
So easy to go through the motions, isn't it?
140.
In this particular scenario. There's our referee, Owen Binks. Wonder if he's still got those shiny shoes on.
95.
Oh, there we go. What's that Paolo Nutini song? Get some new shoes.
Have some of your coffee.
140.
Apparently Catwoman wants them shoes back.
He said didn't do me clown noise this time.
140.
You know, we're going on a little road trip together tomorrow.
Yes, I would like to go, but I've made the decision that after tomorrow night I'm going to drive straight home. I have my grandson on Sunday. So it makes sense to try and get a couple of hours on the
81.
dartboard while the house is all mine. And get a couple of sleeps. Sleep tonight and a sleep tomorrow afternoon, and then come back raring for the final tomorrow night. And you can come and join us here in Portsmouth at the Live
96.
Lounge.
Mark, you require 140.
Tickets are absolutely free at dartshop.tv. The Lakeside champion Neil Duff is looking in a wonderful position to be there.
21. Pinch of require 170. $80. Mark, you require 119.
Triple 20. Lee's tops. Wrong side.
49. Pinch of require 90. $30. Mark, you requires 70.
So treble 10 or treble 18 will be the target. He'll stay there again. Oh dear.
30. Fincher requires 60.
Fat, straight dart. Perfection. It doesn't move across the hockey. And that's the reason why. Look at that angle.
Game shown the third
Just
leg.
plonks it on
Vince
top of it.
Tipple.
And it's 2-1 McGeeney.
In the middle of a darting sandwich, that.
Fourth leg, it's Vince to throw first.
That's your dinner, isn't it,
Game
tonight,
on.
Glenn? Little sandwich, little baguette.
That's where I'm off to now, yeah. Chaz Barstow, the first person into the quarters of the first challenge tour. I always think it's really important that first week of the challenge tour because of the
100.
invite you're going to get to the pro tour. And it opens so many doors for players then.
Look at what it did for Scott Williams last season. Didn't even have to go to Q School to get his
81.
card.
James Hurrell's putting in some fabulous averages into it.
40.
About his mentality. Is he just going through the motions? This guy, I think, is enjoying absolutely every second.
139.
Like I said, he'll stick his head above the parapet and say, MODUS Super Series, this is what I can do. And another invite again would be greatly accepted.
85. Vince, you require 80.
Sit on top of that. He's hit this already today.
40. Mark, you require 114.
114 is just one treble out of the first two darts.
So Tipple is back for top, so 2-2.
44.
Well, level
Vince
game.
require 40.
Looking to finish the day with 4 wins out of 5, which would be a good return after what happened in day 1 of this group.
Games on the
And tops it into 2-2 for Tipple.
Vince Tipple.
And level we are at 2 apiece. McGeeney has the darts in the 5th. And Tipple still hanging in there.
Fifth leg, it's
A
Mark
game that he'd
throw
like to win,
first.
just to go
Game
out there
on.
with a really nice winning record on his second day of action. And also 8 points is not a bad reflection on 2 days' work.
Remember the
60.
Mr. Man series? Mr. Tipple. Well, that'd be a good one, wouldn't it? There's already a Mr. Tickle.
44.
I think I've just created a character.
Mr. Tipple. How can that not end
60.
badly? There's no way it couldn't end well.
Hick.
Do you want the answer, Glenn, to today's Tuxton teaser?
26.
Well, I've been sat here waiting. I can't
So,
think.
the question we posed was this. The Masters is the next PDC major televised event. First played in 2013.
96.
5 of the players who have played in that event played at the Super Series in 2022. Could you name the 5? Well, here we go. Here's your answer. Andy Hamilton,
140.
Wes Newton. Robert Thornton, Kevin Painter, and Terry Jenkins. That is the answer to today's Tungsten teaser. So
58.
congratulations to all of you at home who got that correct. Or in the production gallery.
59.
Don't know why, but I fancied a 140 here.
You fancied a 140, did you, Glenn?
An 81, I said.
Where's Edgar?
He's unbelievable, isn't he? What did he call him? Is not Edgar's tips? Is
Prime Time's
42.
picks.
Mark, you require
didn't often get 'em wrong.
146.
Should nickname himself the Tarot Card.
I can think of a nickname, but it's not that.
We'll save that till after the watershed, shall we?
40.
McGeeney 106 to lead this game 3-2.
60. Mark, you require 106.
Treble 18. And back to treble 20.
53. Vince, you require 130.
Once again, just a 1 treble combination. To be careful not to slide into. That's the perfect dart for double 5.
120.
That's unlucky
Mark, you
from
require
Tipple.
53.
Mark's not been prolific on tops. I don't have a great deal of confidence in this, but his double 10s have been
Games
brilliant.
on the 5th leg. Mark McGeeney.
If you ever want a man to make sure someone hits a double, get Durrant
See if
to
it's
do
Vince
a
to throw
prediction.
first. Game on.
And so, Tipple has to win the lot from here.
96.
96 start with the darts. Couple of trebles here for McGeeney would severely punish.
60. 60.
Tipple needs his second wind. He's going to win this game.
81. $83.
That last start was a bit of a stinker.
You picked the winner of the Snooker Masters last week.
Do you know what? I completely forgot it was on.
Yeah, I went for Trump.
85.
So sometimes you get a sniff of a winner.
$56.
McGeeney here could make the move, could make the march.
For the bull.
105.
We haven't seen a 170 this week, have we?
Go on, Mark. Finish with a flourish, possibly. Tipple will have other ideas. Oh, that's an excellent visit.
140.
Brilliant set-up play.
170.
The fish for the match.
$55. Finish requires 66.
Double 18. Good marker.
30.
Just bends the
Mark
wire.
require 115.
I always like going on 19s first for this. Looks like Mark's staying upstairs. Going to set it up. Leaves 54.
75. Finish required 36.
We've got to fancy Tipple here. I had a feeling this was going to go all the way.
You've got to get something right, Glenn, haven't you?
Game shot on the sick flag.
You had to get
Vince
something
Tipple.
right, Glenn. 3-3.
McGeeney was a massive favourite, up to 1-9 in this game.
7th and final leg is Mark to throw first. Game on.
That's the darts. He's still a massive favourite. Especially after that first dart, because to the bottom of the bed, you would expect him. He's going downstairs, which surprises me.
97.
For me, that looked like the perfect opening there.
$81.
Let's have a little check of the challenge tour, shall we?
100.
Lovely dart. Last dart there from McGeeney.
Because Lucas Venix 2-0 up on Moolenkamp. Jim McEwen, who we're going to see at Champions Week, 3-1 up on Christopher Wickenden. And Franz Roch, 3-2 up on Chris Lambert.
58.
Oh.
Franz Roch. He played here a few weeks ago, and I did ask how to pronounce it. It's Roch.
$100.
Well, McGeeney looks set to be closing in here. It's been one of those games where the energy's kind of gone from the player's body. They know exactly what's happened. And so to a certain extent, they have gone through the motions.
Professional throughout, though.
Completely.
And for a max,
121.
back up to that 1-9 again is Mark. The bookies don't think he can lose it from here.
Mark
Actually,
require
Vince Tipple
83.
was ahead on the numbers. What a dart that is. And for the conclusion,
67. Finch require 82.
Tipple to seal victory.
25 scored.
So 17. Gives him one dart at toss for the match.
Game shot out
Toss
the
for
match.
Tipple to
Vince
beat
Tipple.
McGeeney. And as you can see, a nice sporting embrace between the pair at the end. McGeeney will be the group winner. Tipple will depart with a win. And so one more game after this. It's Lipscomb v Fitton after this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. I'm joined by one of the players through to tomorrow night's finals night, Mark McGeeney. It's been quite a week for you, hasn't it? Or 12 days you've now been playing straight. Sum up how it feels to be through to finals night.
It's been a long 12 days, Q School and then this, but you know, coming through to Saturday night now, it's all been worth it. So yeah, I'll be fresh tomorrow, and I'm looking forward to it now.
And we've talked a lot about Q School. I saw you there on Sunday. You had that long wait. Just sum up what your mindset was like when you didn't then get your tour card coming here for Monday morning.
It was difficult because it was late on Sunday night when I didn't get my tour card, and I thought to myself, right, when I found out I hadn't got my tour card, I thought, right, now go down to Portsmouth and take part in this and give 100% to every single game, and that's what I've done. It's been hard, but I'm here now, so I'm enjoying it.
And at times in Group A, did it ever go through your mind that maybe you'd made the wrong decision and you should have taken a week away from the game, or did you feel like you always needed to get straight back on the board?
No, I need to get straight back on the board every time. If you lose, every dart player knows, you know, it always hurts, but get straight back on the horse, ride again, and then we'll see how this goes. And this week has worked out pretty well for me, so I'm enjoying it.
And things started to click for you on Wednesday, didn't they, on the final day in Group A? That's when it started to click. What was that decisive factor that helped you to start putting in those 85-plus averages?
It was just something I was doing in practice, and, you know, I can't really describe it. It was hard, but on the other day I found something which I wasn't doing before, which was nice and relaxing, and followed my arm through, which then Glenn Durrant turned around and said to me, you know, that's what you were doing. Your arm was coming through. I was snatching darts before, and since then I've been like, okay, now I know how to do that. Let's carry on going, and I'm enjoying myself now. I feel like I can play my best again soon.
And you must be feeling confident going into finals night that you can cause some real damage.
I'm there or thereabouts, and I know that if I play my A game, A-plus game, I'll win the whole lot. But you've got some great players there already, so it's going to be hard. So I've just got to take one game at a time. But I've made it through to Saturday. I've given myself the opportunity, so I'm looking forward to it. Best
of luck tomorrow night. I'm going to need to have a word with you because you've just given Duz a confidence boost that he certainly doesn't need there by attributing some of your quality to him in that one, but I'll speak to you about that in a bit. We've got one more match remaining in Group C. Let's tuck into it and hand back over to our commentary team.
Yeah, thank you so much, Abby. What a lovely interview that was. I've so much admiration and for Mark McGeeney. We go back a long way. You don't share a Lakeside final stage without feeling for somebody. He was an absolute gentleman in defeat then. It was very noticeable that he was thrown with fear because, you know, you just know somebody. I've stood behind him. I've played with him. I've paired up with him. We've played the Dutch pairs together. And you just sort of, you can see something that was just not quite right. And then on Wednesday, that click was just the fact that he started to feel the dart and saw the process out.
Like it's Adam to
And
throw
when you see the
first.
process out, it's usually
Game
the outcome is
on.
you've got this beautiful extended follow through, and he stopped playing with fear and suddenly became the best player in the group. And yeah, you shouldn't have
100.
favourites, but you know, I'll be in his corner tomorrow night. That's for sure.
Right, there's one final game. Is one final run out for both Lipscomb and Fitton. Lipscomb has been here for the whole 5 days at the Super Series. He's a great addition to this
60.
tournament. Fitton will be looking to end on a high, get some confidence ahead of that World Seniors Championship at the Circus Tavern in April.
135.
Just feels a bit of an anti-climax, this game, doesn't it? It has that feeling because there was a point today where this game would have been absolutely unbelievable with a real shootout with the winner going through, and you've got to feel for both the
85.
players. But you know, Matt Lawrence, he doesn't care. He done his job. Only O'Shea missed a couple of doubles, which could have given us this unbelievable finale. But I've enjoyed every dart of
96.
Group C. You know, to see these legends this week, it's been fantastic, and lots of match play battles, and you know, lots of them can go away with positives and negatives for the desired seniors tour.
Making you want to practice, or
85.
make you
Adam,
need to
require
practice a bit more, Glenn.
170.
I think I'm too tired to practice today, but yeah, I've got the house to myself tomorrow, and next week. I say next week, I'm just
60.
so busy with the coaching next week. I probably haven't done myself any favours. You know, people like Chris Mason have taken a month off to prepare themselves for the seniors. I think I'll have about 3 or 4 days. That's what I meant about that 271
And you
earlier.
were 110.
Now, Adam Lipscombe would have gone for treble 20 at that point there. What a lovely dart there is from the very likeable Adam, but
70.
oh,
Now we
that
require
second one.
170.
Fish for Fitton. Don't need me to tell you that it wasn't on after that first start.
121. Adam, you require
Good
40.
riposte. Tops for Adam.
$20. So we require 49.
49 for Fitton. 9 for Tops. For 1-0 lead at a breaker throw.
Game shot in the
Tops
first
for
leg.
breaker throw for
Darryl
Darryl Fitton. Leading by that leg to 0 against Lipscomb. And as you can see, the energy
Second
levels have
against Darryl to
just
throw
evaporated
first.
a little bit
Game
from the
on.
pair. But that desire will to win won't.
Who's your money on in the strongman competition with these two?
I'd love to see
99.
Owen try and ref that.
Fan of the strongman?
44.
I mean, I go all the way back to Jeff Capes, well before you were even probably born.
I've got to be honest, it's not something I can say I'm particularly an expert in.
I am a Viking. Jean-Paul Sigmarsson. Have you heard of that name?
Got to be honest, I haven't, no.
I am a Viking. And there was the Polish guy.
60.
Began with a P. Polska. Yeah, no, I've enjoyed it over the years. You know what my favourite show was of all time? Again, before you were born, Superstars.
Okay,
40.
you'll have to explain that to me.
Have a little YouTube and watch Kevin Keegan. Put Kevin Keegan Superstars. So basically you brought a dart player, a footballer, an athlete, and you've done various, from cycling to running to swimming to gym
56.
exercises. It was massive. It was a huge show on BBC. But the most famous moment is Kevin Keegan goes around this cycle track. This athletics track was very dusty on a bike and skid off it, and obviously there was blood all over then. I guess the football team he was playing for was having a heart attack.
Mind you, you see they're bringing Deal or No Deal back.
With Null.
55.
No, Stephen Mulhern. It's going to be on another channel, which
Oh.
Stephen Mulhern might work a lot on.
Because I thought he earned... I thought he owned it, Null, so I wonder if he
55.
sort of sold the rights, etc.
Possibly, yeah. So that's going to be back. I love Deal or No Deal. That was my childhood. That was Deal or No Deal. Come back home from school, 4 o'clock, Deal or No Deal's on. Then Golden Balls. Do you remember Golden Balls?
26.
I watched that. I absolutely love going on YouTube, and there's some great takes on that one and there's one particular one where they'd already lost money before. Someone had gone half and stole the money from
92.
it, and then they brought these people back, and this girl was adamant, come on, and she took about 60 grand off him, and he was a Geordie. And yeah, that was an unbelievable episode, that one. But I think it stopped because this guy went on once and went, I'm just stealing the money, but I'm going to give you half. So just press steal, just press
97.
half.
And you
I'll
require
steal the money
130.
and we'll go shares. And there was nothing Golden Balls could do.
Who's going to have the golden darts in
58.
this game?
Jasper
Darryl
Carrot.
require 108. 68. Adam, you require 72.
72 for Lipscomb to level up. Just has a little glance over at the scoreboard. Another one of them. Here's some tops. That would have been
52.
for a level game, but Fitton will return for this tops.
Darryl, you require
double up.
40.
His advantage, a 2-0 lead would come his way.
Game
A
shot.
2-0 lead does go Fitton's
Darryl
way.
Fitton.
Not quite been dazzling
Well,
darts
it's
from
Adam
Darryl
to throw
Fitton, but he's
first.
got the 2-0 lead nonetheless. 2 out of 2 on the doubles. Lipscomb's missed 4 at the outer ring, but this is more like it.
140.
Owen's last game in the referee's chair well, not in a chair because he's standing up, but
180.
There he is. calling out 180. We'll have Paul Hinks back tonight, replacing Binks, who's going to hop into the spotter's chair.
Who's got the best 180? You doing Owen or me doing Hinksy? Bye.
That's what that Harry Hill's TV burp that was, wasn't it?
40.
I'm not sure this particular encounter will make TV highlight of the week, but both players just trying to finish with a win.
82. $30. Adam, you record 144.
So 144 for Lipscomb for 2-1.
70 left, yeah. 92.
This has been a much improved leg, hasn't it, from Lipscomb? But this was a leg that Fitton kicked off Max, but it's going to be Lipscomb who's going to get the first opportunity at a double.
Let's have a little look at the players who we won't be seeing Saturday night. How are they? A lot of them came down for a reason to get some match practice.
And you require 52.
How do you think they're going to feel? So we'll start with Darryl Fitton. How do you think he's going to assess it as Adam goes for tops?
Game shot in the third leg.
It's 2-1 to Fitton.
Lipscomb.
Just a couple of them combination doubles like that this week, and it could have been so much different for Adam Lipscomb. And I think he'll
Darryl to throw
look back
first.
on a couple of
Game
games
on.
that he could have won. How do you think Darryl will assess things?
I think both him and Tony will feel quite similar. There was points where it looked as if the game was similar to the levels of years ago, but it's
134.
finding it more consistent patches. I think they'll both feel quite similar about that assessment of their week. McGeeney will feel happy about his game. He's through, obviously, to tomorrow night's final.
135.
Vince Tipple will feel happier today than he would have been around this time yesterday. And then Adam Lipscomb will, I don't know, maybe just feel opportunity missed.
Yeah.
80.
think that's a fair assessment. But legs in the bank. That's what I would say to all of them. Have to keep an eye on the ADC site Tuesday night. See how I'm playing.
125.
And we'll be looking up G. Durrant.
45.
Just gone a little quiet now. Darryl, with that 125, has left a bogey number, but he's in total and utter control of this leg and match.
94.
Lovely last start, that is. It's a lovely throw, isn't it? Simple. Those massive shoulders. Honestly, when you stand behind, especially on the lakeside, because the lakeside stage is tiny.
85.
There's not much of a gap when you're playing Darryl Fitton. I don't know if it was Darryl or goes for double 16.
52.
But I used to have someone in my corner, Dennis Coleman. It was, come on, does it? Come on. And I heard Darryl say, if he says that one more time.
60. Darryl requires 16.
For 3-1.
Can't get no closer.
8.
Just overcompensated.
116.
Well, that last dart. And how many times have we seen that this week? We've seen more burglaries. And the local constabulary this week. But double 4 usually means one thing.
8. Game shot on the 4 flag. Darryl Fitton.
3-1 Fitton. As I bid you farewell for this afternoon, but please come and join us for the culmination of Group B tonight, starting at 10 o'clock. Will Terry Jenkins find his form from 5th place to get into that top 3? Will it be a runaway win for Neil Duff and Paul Linwood? And what has Kevin Edwards and Richard Stride got left? Lots of questions that need answers. And I'll see you all tonight.
42.
So then Glenn departs, and so you are left in my company for what remains. And Lipscombe will be hoping that there's still a little bit of mileage left in this match.
35.
140, 135. Good 5th leg here for the local hero so far.
100. $56. 134. Adam, you require 170.
The fish. Another. The bull. Go for it, Adam. Go for it. Oh, he wasn't too far away.
145.
He's on the brink now of 3-2. Fitton back on 225.
58. And we require 25.
Double 12. We've seen this split a lot by the players this week.
1. Darryl, you require
Can
167.
the Dazzler dazzle us one last time? Treble 19 would have left the bull, but not to be this time.
99.
So Lipscombe for 3-2.
24.
2 12s.
12.
And so Fitton for the match.
Darryl, you require
68 he wants.
68.
2 at double 4. One left.
64.
And so Lipscombe returns
And
for
required 12.
double 6. He's 1 from 11 on the doubles at the minute. His baby boy.
Game's
But
on
that
the
is a
fifth
big
leg.
dart at double.
Adam Lipscomb.
And that's 3-2. And so Fitton has the darts to seal a 4-2 success in our final game of this
Darryl
group.
to throw first. Game on.
Reminder, we're back tonight at 10 p.m. for the conclusion of Group B. Who is going to join Johnny Haynes, Mark McGeeney
93.
and Mark Lawrence into finals night tomorrow. You'll spend
60.
our evening finding out.
$60. $125.
Big score that for Lipscombe. Forces Fitton here to get at least a treble at this visit.
$98. $100.
Time there by Lipscombe leads on 216. Fitton 250.
$28.
Tired darts then.
$26. $58.
So Fitton first to finish on 164. Lipscombe looking to set up here for final leg decider.
56. Now we require 164.
164 for Fitton for the match. 2 treble 19s would have left him a dart at the bull. And so Lipscombe returns to 134 to take us the distance.
64. And we require 134.
Squares up to leave a solid ton. Lipscombe here, 134 for a decider. Tops, tops. Can he find another?
94. Now we require 100.
And so for the match, Fitton wants a ton. Will he go tops, tops, or does he like the lie of the first dart? He's gone tops, tops.
60.
But like Lipscombe,
And we require 40.
he couldn't find the second double.
Game shot.
And Lipscombe takes us all the way.
Adam Lipscombe.
The final match of the group will have a final leg. And it is Lipscombe, the man from
7
Portsmouth, who
following
will
is Adam to throw
have the
first.
darts in
Game
the
on.
decider. Can he round off his week? A 5-day marathon of darts with a win.
30. $66. $137.
Minder will be getting the opinions of Glenn Durrant up on the balcony with Abigail Davies very shortly.
96.
And the conclusion of this leg, conclusion of this match, see what he thinks about the group in general.
47. $137.
So Fitton on 202. Couple of troubles here. We'll leave Lipscomb on a finish. Well, he needed the 20 of his final dart to do that. He's left himself on the bogey on 162. As I like to call it, the Dick and Dom.
97.
So Fitton's going to get first poke at an outshot on 105 to win this game.
60. Now
60 for Lipscombe. Can Fitton finish a ton topper? Well, still on. Could be a happy accident, but he's straight the other side into the treble 5.
39.
And so Lipscombe, for his opportunity to get the game done and get the game won. 102. Treble 14 or bullseye. Those are the options now. 14s was the option, and so Fitton is going to return for 66.
82. Now he requires 66.
66 is what he wants. One dart, a double top.
46.
Drags below, and so Lipscombe to finish
20.
his week with a win was double 10. 5s. And Adam Lipscombe
the match.
finishes his week here at the MODUS Super Series with success against the dazzler Darryl Fitton, who we will see in a few weeks' time at the World Seniors Championship. But Lipscombe is the victor in this final battle here in Group C by 4 legs to 3. And so let's get some final thoughts and analysis from upstairs on the balcony, where Glenn Durrant is going to give his thoughts of Abigail Davies.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Henry. First of all, Darryl Fitton, what do you think the positives are that he can take from this into the seniors?
Darry's got some legs in the bank. I mean, that was really important. I'm sat in that commentary room and I'm a little bit jealous that they've had a week of darts, because you can't beat match practice. Some have got positives, some have got negatives. You know, for Tony, he seemed to be struggling. Maybe 5 days was too much for him. For Darryl, the 2 days, job well done. You know, his scoring can still be there. And at times he played really well. It's just getting that consistency. But the older you get, the tougher it gets.
Yeah, let's have a look then at the final Group C table. It confirms that Mark McGeeney, Mark Lawrence are the 2 players through from Group C. And what a conclusion we had, the final round of games. It all came down to that superb from Mark Lawrence. He was probably the player throughout the course of today who maybe held it together that bit better.
Yeah, there was a time that felt like a bit of an anticlimax that last 2 games, but all 4 players were absolutely tremendously professional. But, you know, at one stage there, it looked like that final game there was going to be the reason for the second place. But Adam Lipscombe, he'll look at slight disappointment. I think he's the kind of guy who'll self-reflect and look back, and there's certainly areas there where he had opportunities.
And a word on Mark McGeeney as well. Great to hear him speaking so positively there at the end of his Group C campaign. Going into tomorrow, how much of a threat do you think he will be?
Oh, he can win it. I mean, honestly, he's got the pedigree. He's a superb player. I mean, he's up there with Neil Duff and obviously Terry Jenkins, them guys, and Johnny Haynes. It's just all the ingredients are there for a fantastic Saturday night, and I can't wait.
And how strong a quality is that to be able to problem solve throughout the course of the week like he did?
I just think it's nice to have the right people around you. He's not on his own. He didn't start sulking. None of them did, actually, to be fair. Maybe I've seen a couple of the younger players sort of really beat themselves up. I just felt at times he was looking ahead to Saturday, think that's a long way away, and I'm already feeling tired. I think he got his second wind on Wednesday. He relaxed a little bit, and he talked about that follow-through. And once he started getting that right and stopped throwing with fear, he looked like he was the class act of that group.
Yeah, he did indeed. 3 more places still to be determined for tomorrow night's finals night. Group B reaches a conclusion this evening. We can have a little look at the league standings at the halfway point, because it is, of course, Paul Linwood and Neil Duff who are leading the way in that group. A really important encounter between those 2, wasn't it? It probably will be again this evening. But do you see anyone being able to make a move?
Terry Jenkins, and I'll be saying that for sure. I could not believe how bad he played yesterday. I was shocked. I absolutely love the throw of Kevin Edwards. Neil Duff is just the kind of player who's just moving into second gear, into third, into fourth. Darts is all about timing. It'd be no surprise to me to see Neil Duff lift that trophy at the end. Paul Lynn was the big success last night.
Yeah, I think we were all perplexed, weren't we, by the performances of Terry Jenkins last night. How do you see this one going? Who are your three to go through?
Linwood, Duff and Jenkins.
There we have it. Will Duzzer be wrong yet again? It would be quite spectacular if you were wrong on two of those three, wouldn't it? But we get back underway from 10 p.m. this evening. Make sure you come and join us then.